YouTube is live.
Okay, good morning and welcome everybody. If you would stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first thing on our agenda are the minutes. Gentlemen, have you had the opportunity to review?
Yes. Make a motion, we approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
Okay, there has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, February 16th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's all we have. Okay, next we have our planning. Dawn, Sherry Jane.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
You're up.
So,
Your appointment
we,
for P&Z alternate.
so we actually had our interviews on Wednesday afternoon, and we actually have, are going to try to establish a list of 3 so that if we have somebody that leaves or terminates, then we actually have a list that's good for a year to try and appoint. So we're going to actually establish a list. So with that, do you have any recommendations for us? Or if not, we'll go ahead and jump into our
Take half the morning to do this.
So as far as from Jane Shack and I, John Hernandez was our recommendation.
Okay, and do you have number 2 and number 3 to go along with that to establish the list?
Number 2 and 3 was kind of mixed between Bob and Eddie Mack, and then Gail and Rachel for number 3.
Okay, gentlemen, then it comes back to us. Discussion.
Yeah, I rolled this around. Even after our meeting, I sit there and thought about this long and hard. Went through what I'd heard in those meetings, and my recommendation is Eddie Mack, John, and then Joe.
Then Bob.
And Bob, yeah.
And I agree
Joe?
with that, yes.
John and Bob. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Eddie, John, and Bob.
Eddie, John, Joe, and Bob. I threw in a 4th there.
Who's Joe?
Who's Joe?
Not Joe.
That's what I was
Like, that's
confused.
who
Yeah.
I said, who's Joe?
It went Eddie Mack, then John, and then Bob. I don't know where I got Joe. We've seen so many items.
Okay.
Notice it's still open. Maybe he came in late.
No,
Maybe he came in the
we
restaurant.
need to close that.
He came into the restaurant and you interviewed him.
Okay. So we have planning's recommendation, and then you guys have, or you said you agreed with this, so if that's where you went ahead, then I need somebody to move something forward, and we will proceed with it.
I move that we accept Eddie Mac Taylor as our planning alternate, John Hernandez and Bob Orr as is on our list if we need them.
I'll second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we appoint Eddie Mac Taylor as the alternate for P&Z, with John Hernandez as number 2 and Bob Ower as number 3 for our list. And it's been moved and seconded, so we will call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Okay, there you have it, Don. Send that letter out and send it to the other 2 guys as their position in line. Okay, thank you, sir.
Don't go too far in case you're questioned.
Okay, next we have Board of Health with the planning. Come on up, Bobbi and Laurel, or whoever wants to go first.
Okay. So I'm going to stick with talking about the health department and the different things that are going on in our health department.
Okay.
Sorry, Kim. I always forget that.
Bobbi, did you bring a hard copy of that contract? Because DocuSign won't open this morning.
It's
Surprise.
contract time beginning.
I did see it. Shaq and I did discuss it, but
Yeah.
with the DocuSign,
You know, they put a time limit on there of like 3 or 5 days or something, and then it expires, which doesn't work
No,
for
you have to have it voted on in
meeting
a
with
public
the
meeting.
commissioners to get signatures. So it's just their system, and I guess we went through this last year, and I guess we're stuck with it again. But I did bring a hard copy.
okay.
So why don't I just kind of walk through my list and then we'll get to that. How's that? Does that work? Okay. So the health department, we continue to be busy, obviously, but we're fully functioning. All of our staff is good. All of our programs are up and running, with the exception of a couple that are modified due to the COVID virus and the spread and trying to keep the disease spread down. The carpet, by the way, looks beautiful in the health department. We're not quite finished with it, but Mike's done, and his team has done a great job. We have one office and a conference room that have to be finished yet. But conference room, we are utilizing. We go through there. We have that's kind of our storage area for the COVID vaccines and all the paraphernalia we need, the PPE and everything. So that's going to have to wait a little bit, but it does look nice. So thank you for that carpet. It is an improvement. So some of our programs that we've did a little modification to, and the WIC program, federally funded. They have guidelines. Clients are not coming into our department as they typically would for the program. Everything's being done remotely when it comes to the clients. Same thing with options for long-term care. We are working on that, though, trying to communicate with the state to see if we can, because that population is a high-risk population. A lot of them have been vaccinated or at least offered to be vaccinated. So once we get to a certain percentage of that population being vaccinated, I believe we'll be able to move forward and get back into the homes with our case managers into the homes. So we're working on that as well. And our Nail It Down program, we have not reinstituted that yet because, again, that's the older population that comes into the health department, but I see that happening in the near future, that we'll be able to get that started again. So staffing changes, I just got a resignation last week from one of our public health nurses, unfortunately for us, but we're happy for her. She's going to go down a new path, and they're relocating, but it's our WIC nurse / immunization nurse. So we have put an advertisement out there to fill the position, so because we need it, and it's fully funded. So contracts, yeah. So it is contract season. This contract that I have here today is our CNC contract. The Colorado National Collaborative, Arlena Yazzie is our coordinator of that. She had a prior engagement that conflicted with this, but she would love to come at another time and fill you in a little more on the details of what she does and where she's going with this. But this is the actual contract. This is an amendment to the contract. You know how we have 3 separate contract years? Well, now we're adding a fourth one. This one starts, it ends August 31st, and this particular amendment starts May 7th of last year to August 31st. It doesn't really make much sense, but that is how this is written. So it's an amendment to our funding, and there you can see it on there how it's all divided up. It is extremely confusing. We fought with them to make this a little more streamlined with the rest of our contracts, but it wasn't an option. So this is our Colorado National Collaborative, which is our suicide prevention grant. Okay, so I'm going to hand this to.
And this was the one that DocuSign doesn't work,
Yes.
that we looked at.
Yes.
Do we
This is the
actually-
one.
This is just
a
typical contract, this just needs to be signed, this doesn't,
It's-
have to be approved, or?
You'll do have to approve it.
Okay.
Anything over $10,000, you guys have to approve.
And it's not a full year's contract, because we'll be back at the end of the summer, obviously, because this only runs through August 31st. So probably around August 1st, we'll be back with the new one for the next year. So this is an amendment to carry us through. They got additional funding, and so they had to divvy it up. And there's only six, Laurel? 6 other sites that have this program. So anyway, it's been challenging to work with them a little bit as far as their fiscal piece. So, but.
Okay, if you want to go ahead.
Is John?
I have looked at it.
I move that we go forward with this contract amendment 1 to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Contact number 2020-3672.
I'll second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to sign the contract amendment number 1 to CDPHE, original contract number 2020-3672. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And Kim, I'll make copies of that and get you one, okay? So I'll come back later this summer with another one. Okay. So moving on with my next topic was just, I was going to, obviously, COVID. Confirmed cases haven't changed since yesterday for positives in our communities, 1,689, with over 12,140 negative tests done in our county. So our positivity rate as of yesterday, and this is based on, Dr. Aiken did the calculations for us, but between the hospital and what our tests are, so it's not the total number in the county because we don't have that information. But at this point, our positivity rate is 7.8%. The state says 3.9%, but neither here nor there, we're doing good. We're doing good. Our numbers are going down. Our community is doing what we've been asking them to do. It's being reflected. So this is all a good thing. As far as our clinics go, for our vaccine clinics, we have given Dolores, Mancus, and RE1 staff who wanted the vaccine, we've given them all their first doses. And we've gotten nothing but lots and lots of, they're very happy that they are getting it. Parents are happy that the staff are getting it. So that's been a good thing. We're prepping for round 2 for all of those employees, which will be in March for their second dose. We are currently in, let me share some of the numbers. Now, Karen Dixon, our emergency preparedness and response coordinator, usually collects all the data for the entire community. What I want to share with you is what we've done in the health department as far as vaccine clinics. So up to this point, to this day, we have fully vaccinated both 1 and 2 vaccine with Moderna to 514 people in our county. And then we've given an additional 865 doses first-time doses to other folks as well. So that's a total of 1,379 vaccines just out of our health department. So, and again, vaccine allocation is, it's a hardship for everybody, including us. So as soon as we get it, we're getting it out. So.
Your order for this week, have they?
The reason we haven't gotten it in-house yet is because of the weather.
Okay.
So, but we did get what we asked for.
Okay.
It's coming. And then we put in another allotment for next week, second dose needs. So we don't know about that yet, but yes. So the weather really has, kind of had an effect on everybody's ability to vaccinate right now. So, but I think it's shifting, and supposedly vaccine is being shipped tomorrow to us. So,
And that
that's,
is our 100, for the LPH, is that our 100 doses, or?
it's more than that
did we
this
get
time.
more? Okay.
It's more than that,
Good.
yeah. Because we're doing second doses, so we have to have those doses for all those second round folks. So, initially, we were planning for those second doses. Then we were told, don't hold it. We guarantee you that you'll get it, that you will get your second doses. So we started to administer those, and then the storm hit. So, but we will be getting what we ordered this week. So, let's see. So that's kind of vaccine update for that. We are in 1B.2 for those who are following this diagram. We will be in this until supposedly early March. Again, vaccine allocation is a big factor, how this is going to play out. But then we move into 1B.3, which is the frontline essential workers and, people with high-risk conditions between 16 and 64. So that is a large population of people. So hopefully there will be more vaccine available when we get to that point. So, anybody have any questions about the vaccine distribution as far as the phases? Okay. So, pretty much, the next thing, and I think the last thing that I want to discuss would be, let me make sure I covered everything here. So, okay, so the dial. So, dial 2.0 is where we are right now. It's supposed to be revised again, I think, in March, I think. But we'll see. But right now we're on a 2.0. And so that is based on percent positivity, your cases, and your hospitalized residents. Okay, and so we are currently sitting at the color yellow on the dial. And we do anticipate that we will be able to move to blue. Saturday, we are having a conversation, Dr. Aiken and I will be having a conversation with the state on Thursday afternoon. And we'll know more then. So that is a positive achievement for our community, for sure.
It's actually very positive, but when that moves to blue on that dial, just to give the people out there that are watching and listening, what does that actually do for our people, our businesses here? Because obviously we're at 50% capacity at some. What does that actually do? Where does that allow them to go as we move to blue if that's Saturday, so that they can plan? I think Commissioner Lindsay brought it up, for specifically like restaurant people, how do we plan if we can open up another 25% or what is it? So where does that take us to blue?
So with the way the dial works, and we're currently in yellow, if we move to blue, the way it impacts businesses, and I'll get to that particular, it's about basically capacity changes. So in the level blue, again, it's caution. Right now we're sitting in the concern level of yellow. So we all have to keep in mind, before I go too much into this, that we have to continue. All those measures that we've done to get to this point need to continue, because this is a very fluid thing. It's, you can move back and forth from blue to yellow. It's highly unlikely you'd go from blue to red unless you had a major problem. But, the fluidity of it is real. So we're going to have to continue to do all the things we've been doing in order to keep it at this point. But, so for instance, restaurants, and this is all on CDPHE's website under the COVID dial. So this is for public, and you can totally read this more in depth if you want to. So for level blue, for restaurants indoors, it's 50% capacity or 175 people indoors. So right now, we're in yellow, so it's 50% capacity or 50 people up to 100 using the calculator. So you can have more people. That's what this means, okay? Last call for restaurants/bars is now going to be midnight instead of 11 p.m. Okay, if again, this is if we are in blue, okay? Non-critical manufacturing, again, those numbers increase from 50 to 100, it goes up to 175 people you're allowed. So it's spelled out. Gyms and fitnesses have an increase. Groups, sports, and camps have an increase. Indoor unseated events and entertainment have an increase. Indoor seated events and entertainment, they can go up to 175. 50% capacity or 175 people, whichever is less. Outdoor events, it's up to 250 people. Again, it's all spelled out in the dial. And then outdoor guided services, it says 50% or 25 people. And currently, if you follow the yellow, it's 50% or 10 people. So that is more. So I don't know if that explains it, but again, this is public. You can go onto CDPHE's website and you can see exactly, if you own a business, where you fit in this dial. So.
Yeah.
Does that?
You bet. It
Okay.
really does.
Okay.
A lot of businesses, they need to get ready for
I know.
something like this.
Mhm.
And sometimes it'll stress out your supply chains.
Mhm.
So, advance warning, as much advance warning as we can, I don't like the term warning, but.
Sure, just a
you know,
notice.
Yeah,
Mhm.
an advance notice would really, really help.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, we're not going to know what we're doing final until Thursday evening.
Okay.
So, and this wouldn't start until Saturday.
Until Saturday.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So you
So-
post it on your website, CDC website, county website?
Yes.
Okay.
We can put that
Well,
out
what time
there.
is
It's
that call, so that we could let that information get out as soon as possible?
supposed to be at 4:00.
Okay.
So Thursday evening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Still gives them a few days, not
Mm-hmm.
not as much as possible, but
Yeah,
I guess 3 days is better than
yeah.
Yeah, it's better than a surprise.
or 2 days.
Mhm. But again, we really need people to keep doing what they've been doing. Otherwise, that fluid just flows the wrong direction, and we don't want to end up having to do anything. We want to stay there in blue. So, okay.
Dr. Aiken, you look
Yeah,
like you were
Dr.
getting ready to.
Yes.
Thank you. I think my only comment would be that Bobbi and I, representing the Health Department, very much want to see us move into blue, and we're confident that that can occur. The state has been very good about working with us as a small county. Right now, we may not be quite in the percentage of positive cases that would allow the movement to blue, but the early conversations that we've had with the members of the state this week would indicate that they are trying to make accommodations for that for small counties, because small shifts in the numbers can sometimes change that positivity rate. So as far as giving our businesses a heads up, Bobbi and I are very adamant that we want to see us move into blue based on how things are going for the criteria that we look at in the county. But I cannot emphasize enough what Bobbi has already said, that continuing the precautions of masking, hand washing, social distancing are going to be very important to try to keep us in that level, because we don't want to see those fluctuations. And we will continue to try to keep numbers low and appreciate the cooperation that the community has given us and will, I'm sure, continue to give to keep the numbers low in the county. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Have you looked at the bordering states that we have? Are they moving at all anywhere? Like San Juan County, New Mexico, or Utah, Northern Arizona?
We put that information out 3 times a week on
Okay.
our page.
Yeah, I haven't personally reviewed that. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last thing, just to quickly mention, is a nuisance conditions, and that will be being dealt with kind of through conversations with our attorney, and that's basically where we're at with that. So I have nothing else there. Do you guys?
No, I might reach out to Cody, by the way. I haven't spoken to him, but
Sounds good.
I have spoken to Don and the commissioners.
He's there today.
Okay.
Okay, next up, we have our public comment. Remember, you guys are welcome to speak. You have 3 minutes. Make sure you state your name and address. And comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted. Okay. We're going to go into our special events liquor license. Jerry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jerry. I'm from Montezuma County Clerk and Recorders, and I do the liquor license. We have a special event permit by the Kiwanis of Mesa Verde to be held at Montezuma County Fairgrounds on April 17th, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. They have sent in all their paperwork. They have the good outstanding paperwork that they have to do. They've got the letter from the fairgrounds giving them permission to use it. And that's all I have on that one. Just needs to be signed.
I move that we move forward with signing the Kiwanis of Mesa Verde's special events permit application for the fairgrounds.
Second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the application for a special events permit to the Kiwanis of Mesa Verde, utilized at the Montezuma County Fairgrounds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. There you go.
So the next one is a renewal for Triple H and J Incorporated doing business at Smitty's Liquors at 10255 Highway 491, Cortez.
I move that we approve this liquor license for Triple H and J Inc. doing business as Smitty's Liquors.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the retail liquor and fermented malt beverage license renewal application for Triple H and J Incorporated, doing business as Smitty's Liquors, located at 10255 Highway 491, Cortez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you,
Thanks,
Jerry.
Jerry.
Okay, next up, we have Region 9. We have Laura and Laura Marchino and Heather Otter. And you guys have 15 minutes. No, I'm messing with you. Because Laura's going to take 25 anyway. Messing with you.
Is it possible to present from this or?
It has been done before, from your computer? I bet we can do that. Let me, or do you have Windows or Mac?
I have Windows.
Good. No, you know what? I'm gonna get you one right now. Yeah. So you'll need to follow the prompting, press your Windows key plus K, and it'll
Okay.
connect you.
We got more cords up here and we know what to do with it.
And our plan is today, Heather's going to provide sort of the fundamentals on economic development, and then I was going to talk about our 2020 performance report and what we've been working on specifically in Montezuma County, since we serve all 5 counties, in 2021.
You have longer than that.
I presented last night at the town of Laurel.
Laura, is your mic on?
Oh, you know? No.
Tap it.
Yes. And can I connect to Montezuma Guest? Is that how I can?
It should be through a guest. You should be able to hook.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay. Seems like it didn't go on. Oh, there we go.
Display that if you guys want.
Yes.
Throw it up.
And I'm happy to go first if we need to while Heather's setting up. Just time-wise, let me know.
Yeah.
I gotta switch back and forth, but I can go to Laura's.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll do that.
Did you get it?
Yeah, you can go first.
Oh, okay.
I'll just email it.
I'll stand up top here.
So, thank you guys for
Is
making
this one you want
time.
up?
Yes.
Okay.
That is perfect. And hopefully you will be getting a report of our corporate annual report that we're not going to talk about today, but I'm going to be sending that out. We just kind of completed our regional corporate annual report for 2020, and this is specifically Montezuma County. And for the commissioners that are new, we're a 501c6 organization. So we're a public-private partnership, and we coordinate economic development activities throughout the 5 counties. Oops, excuse me. And we include the 10 municipalities, the 5 counties, and then also the 2 tribes. And what you see on the first page is not just a picture of our region that we cover. There are actually 14 regions in Colorado, and we just called ourselves Region 9. Not very unique, but there you go. And our representatives for our different boards and our loan committee are listed. Jim Candelaria is representing the county on our board of directors. And then we have Cortez, Dolores, Mankus, and also some at-large members, as well as a loan committee. And then you'll see our staff at the bottom of that page. And if we can go to the next page, I don't want to read all of this to you, but the next page highlights our programs, in particular on top, and then what we've done specifically in the county. And some of our programs are, primarily we do small business loans. We're a finance agency for startup businesses that can't get traditional bank financing. And then we're also a state data affiliate, so we work a lot on the census. We helped spearhead some of the complete count committees in each of the counties, and Heather was highly involved in that. We also, the SCAPE program, the accelerator program for the region, is under our umbrella. And then we, of course, do the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy for the region, or CEDS, which some of you are becoming more and more familiar with. And then we administer incentives from the state, such as the Enterprise Zone
and we're also kind of a go-to if folks have questions on the opportunity zone. And then, of course, we do community projects and a lot of technical assistance. So in this past year in Montezuma County, we actually responded, we track them, 308 inquiries on business resources, data, and grants, just from Montezuma County residents. We coordinated the CARES funding for the county, as you know. We also did it for for Mancos, Cortez, and Dolores. We've also been partnering with the chambers. I'm going to have to take this off. I can't talk through it. And we've also been partnering through the chambers with a COVID response and recovery. And then, of course, we've been working with Shack's economic development team on trying to bring forth ideas, help support initiatives that they're working on. And you'll see some of these other items. If we can go to the next page. Some of these regional initiatives we wanted to highlight because I feel they're important in terms of seeing kind of the big picture. We've been able to secure an additional $3 million in funding for our loan programs over the next year. Some of that was from CARES funding, but we've also become an SBA microlender, and we received money from EDA as well this past year. We were able to provide 38 disaster assistance loans, which Montezuma did contribute to, and then forgave that portion. We also have secured $1.4 million in COVID recovery. We serve on the Small Business Development Center Advisory Council and several other regional boards that we feel help us stay abreast of some of our key economic development activities, including ones at the community college in Fort Lewis. And then at the bottom of that page, you'll see talk about the accelerator program, SCAPE, which has been really, really successful. It's getting some national recognition. And what it's doing, it's identifying local companies that have the ability to go national or international and really helping them launch and get investor capital. So it's kind of a unique shift on supporting businesses. The next page is enterprise zones. And Montezuma is our top enterprise zone county. The whole county is designated as enterprise zone, which is from the state, to encourage businesses to locate in Montezuma County and provide them some state tax credits. In 2020, we received 94 inquiries from businesses on enterprise zone, and we had 148 businesses able to claim over $400,000 in tax credits. So that was really exciting for us. And I guess bad news is it was $778,000 the year before. So I think that's really showing the impact of COVID. But we also, those businesses that utilized credits this last year created 165 jobs. So somebody is doing good somewhere. And then further down that page, you'll see a list of what we call enterprise zone contribution projects. And those are nonprofits that can be designated by the state. So if you donate to them, you actually get a credit as a donor individually. And so these are the projects right now that are enterprise zone, and those projects generated, let's see, $2.3 million, which was down from $4 million in 2019. And then at the bottom of the page, you'll see that we have some of our data, and this page shows our loan program. And let's see here. So in I'm looking at, we had 101 just loan inquiries from Montezuma County this year, and that was up from 32 in 2019. So again, you kind of see the impacts of COVID, that we're getting a lot more inquiries around funding for businesses. There were 8 new non-COVID loans that we did, which created 19 jobs. We did 11 disaster loans in Montezuma County, and you'll see the breakdown, and we try to catalog our loans by what community the business is based in. So we may be slightly off on a few based on, you know, their zip code versus their actual location. And let's see here. So basically this year, we have a loan portfolio of $6.2 million and 170 loans receivable. So our loan program is growing, and the good news for you as governments, the loan program, a successful loan program, we're able to pay our staff and not require money from government. So, but we appreciate your support and participation always. And I'll turn it over to Heather.
Did that come through to you? Oh, okay. without, you can just listen to me if you don't mind. And
We're good
I
with
just
that.
made a few adjustments to the one that I sent Shaq. It's a little shorter and a little more concise, so I'll make sure that I send a copy of that so that you have it after the fact.
Did you want to try to get on here again or no?
You know, and we'll go from there. So if I haven't met you yet, my name's Heather Otter, and I have a background in education. I was a public school teacher, and then I was a small business owner, and then I worked in the corporate world in oil and gas for about 10 years. And then I transitioned to economic development. And what I love about my job is that I get to combine all my favorite things, which is community, local government, education, business. And I didn't know there was such a thing that you could do for a career that, you know, allowed you to put all that stuff together. So economic development's a great fit for me. I've lived in this area about 35 years. So I've been running around the southwest corner of the state for a long time. At Region 9, every year we try to provide, one of our jobs is to provide education and outreach to our local electeds. And we want to give some basic information about economic development. There's a lot of it that you play a part in every day. We understand that. My hope is that in the next few minutes you'll take a couple new ideas away, or you'll just think about something, or you'll learn about something maybe that we do at Region 9 that you weren't aware of. But we consider ourselves partners with you, and so we just want you to know who we are and where we are, and that we're only a phone call or an email away. So this is just, we call it economic fundamentals, and in giving some of the basic ideas, but when we define or talk about economic development, we think of it as a combination of programs, policies, and activities. And so they all work to enhance our quality of life here. We want to have places that are good to work, live, and play in. And there are some really unique characteristics about Southwest Colorado. And you know, the fact that we range from quite rural. In fact, I learned a new term in this job, which is frontier. So we have some people that live so far apart that the people per square mile is so few that it's beyond rural. It is frontier. So, you know, places like up in San Juan County, things like that. I'm from Wyoming, so I understand that. There's still not even 1 million people in the state. And so our programs, policies, and activities are there to support our way of life. And so much of the policy piece, you guys play a part in. The program piece, we play a part in, and then the activities are a combination of us and then the people out in our community and our departments and our nonprofits and all of the people that come together to make this good work happen. Players in the economic development field, the way that we think about it is that economic development touches everyone's life, everyone, from the time you're born to the time you pass. And so I am really passionate about it because I like to share economic development with everybody. Most people, I wish we had more people come to our meetings and, you know, more people getting involved because it really does impact their lives every single day. So we work a lot with our, you know, there's private public entities. We do a lot of work with our business community. We do a lot of work with our banks. So a big part of Region 9's job is our business loan program, and Laura touched on that. We partner with our banks. We're not a replacement for banks necessarily. We are partners with them. So our first question is, do you have a relationship or have you talked to your local bank? And then once they have, we see how we can get them over the finish line. If it's you know, maybe somebody that hasn't been bankable or just, you know, needs some gap funding to get that business, get their doors open. Local, state, and federal governments. One of the nice things about your economic development district, which is Region 9, the state's broken up into fewer than a dozen of them, these districts, so we're just we cover a certain geography. And so one thing or part that we play is that we're sort of a hub between your state economic development organizations or federal and then our local level economic development. So we, you know, a big part of our job is making sure that the information and the programs, the funding opportunities, business relocation opportunities that come from the state or federal programs, that we outreach and educate our local areas. So think of us too as a hub. We are, if you need a connection to somebody or something, give us a call, because likely if we aren't the answer, we can get you to somebody that is. And that can be at the local level, you know, cross-county borders, or it can be at the state or federal level. We work with our special authorities, so special taxing districts. We work with our chambers of commerce very closely, and then our higher education institutions and our K through 12, neighborhood groups and citizens. Utilities is a big one, and we were just talking with Shaq's team yesterday about, you know, how do we draw in our utilities to play a bigger part in some of the strategic planning discussions here in Southwest Colorado. And then obviously we have a lot of philanthropic organizations. So a little timeline about the efforts here in Montezuma County. Back in the early 2000s, well, let me back up a step. A lot of times economic development can feel like a hot potato. Who's going to fund it? Who's going to staff people? And everybody does it differently. It just sort of depends on what your needs are or the will of the community. But sometimes it's funded by the county level government. Sometimes city staff will have a department for economic development. This is truer probably in larger areas. Places here, like in our smaller communities, we all have hands on deck. But in the early 2000s, the city funded an economic staff person for a while. Then the county funded an economic staff person for a while. Then there was a group put together at the local level, MCADA, that some of you are, it's an acronym, the Microsoft Montezuma Community Economic Development Association. And then currently, the way that that's handled, Shaq leads a team that has different departments from your county that focus on economic development, which is really helpful. And then your Tri-County Chamber has taken a big lead, and a lot of that was sparked during COVID, but they are taking a big lead in the economic development efforts, and especially when it comes to your businesses right now. So just a timeline of those efforts. Laura mentioned the comprehensive economic development strategy. We use so many acronyms in this. I thought it was bad when I was in education, but I think economic development's worse. Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, CEDS, CEDS for short. And every 5 years, Region 9 facilitates that process for all 5 counties, and we send an update to the Economic Development Administration. We're funded to do that. So that is really a local level planning, discussion, debate process where we look out to the future and we look at our SWOT analysis and we set strategic goals from an economic development lens, community development lens. We prioritize projects in your communities, and then we measure the success on how we're doing to get to those goals. So the last one was published in 2016, so we're in the middle of an update, and I have been working with the groups in your community to start updating that, and it takes about a year, so September of this year is when we will turn in the final product. That will come to you and it'll cross your desks a couple times for input, and there's a portion of the CEDS that's the action plan. It's a community development action plan which has your priority projects from around your communities, and that one actually gets signed off at your desk, so you guys will take a look at that and actually sign off and approve that. So that is available on our website. We have it published, and that is the CED. So when you hear that acronym, that's what we talk about. So how do we measure effectiveness in economic development? There are a lot of ways, and again, it just kind of depends on what we're working on, but some of the really common ones that we look at is job growth. We look at new capital investment. We look at how are we increasing our local tax revenues. That's always a big one. Are we diversifying our industry base? Are we too dependent on one or another? What does that pie look like? And then looking at community goals or projects. And I mentioned the CDAP, or the Community Development Action Plan. That's one of the ways that we look and measure effectiveness in how we're doing. One of the cool things about Region 9 is that we're an affiliate with our state demographer. So we have access to all this data and information that we can then bring to you. We can compile it and crunch the numbers and provide information and reports, but not only to measure the effectiveness or to look at trends about how we're doing in our area, but also to help inform business decisions and inform local level decisions about how we grow and how we develop. So moving into back to quality of life, making it a nice place to live, work, and play. A lot of times our quality of life is going to be a little or a lot dependent on community wealth. And so that's where economic development comes in, because you can kind of think of us as the brick road underneath of creating wealth, or the financial piece upon which community development can happen. So a lot of the amenities that can be offered, how do you leverage the assets that we have here in Southwest Colorado, but there has to be that finance piece underneath. In addition to that, community wealth is also now being looked at in a little broader way. We used to think of it just in financial terms, but the overall community well-being, and so they're looking at factors like health. That's broad, but there's some things in and around health, whether it's our physical health, our mental health, the age of our populations, how do we sit from an age standpoint, things like that. So your community wealth is, finance, health, and then it all comes down to jobs, right? Jobs at the end of the day. We got to have jobs. We have to have jobs for our young people, and then we have to have jobs for people that are currently in our workforce that may need to change jobs. We have a world that's changing, and if COVID taught us anything, boy, there's some things that we have to rethink when it comes to our job force. So we talk about jobs in economic development from a direct job. We talk about direct jobs or direct base, and we talk about indirect jobs. So what we want to do is make sure that we're focusing on things that increase the direct job base, the way that we can produce things that we send out that brings new money into our communities, and then that impacts our indirect base. So the companies that pay the employees that then circulate that money within our economy or create secondary or indirect jobs. We have a lot of data that we can share with you about what that looks like exactly right now, and somewhat of what a trend would be looking into the future for Montezuma County. So as an example, if you imagine a pie, and if we looked at direct base, about 73% of the jobs are related to direct base right now in Montezuma County. Indirect is about 7% of your jobs, and then we have a portion of the pie that we look at from local residential services, and that's about 20%. That's a piece of the pie that we're focusing a lot on right now because it was one of the hardest hit by COVID. When you think of your local residential services, think about your nurses, your teachers, your firefighters, and if those jobs go away or those people go away, we've got some issues that we need to think about. And so that's an area that we've had a lot of focus on, and we will continue to focus on in our SEDS as we look out these next 5 years. How do we make sure, because without those, it doesn't really matter how many tourists come, how many second homeowners. I mean, if we don't have our firefighters to call when the house is on fire, it's not a great place to live, work, or play, right? So a lot of focus on our local residential services right now. It probably goes without saying that to remain competitive, and I don't say competitive in a bad way, but just healthy and vibrant. And we want to think about things like, what's our proximity to markets? How close are we to outside markets? When we think about that direct base, what are we producing that we send out that brings our money in? But even that's changing, right? So does it have to be physical proximity anymore? These are some of the questions that we ask. And I won't go through all of these things, but cost of doing business, we need to think about our leadership, not only from our local government level, but into our businesses. So one of the things, as an example with businesses that we've been talking, especially with our loan clients about, or that we get calls about, is succession planning. We have a lot of farmers and ranchers that are looking at their aging, and do they have kids that they want to hand over the farm to, or do we have businesses is it a family business, or do they want to explore what it means to hand a business to employees? that have worked there for a while. And how do they do that? So succession planning is another big one when it comes to resiliency in our communities and how we help to keep that strong. What kind of incentives can we offer here? So there are, in the power of influence, sometimes you guys are able to help with the incentives piece. So we might be able to educate and bring in things like enterprise zone, or a federal thing. Federal program is the opportunity zone. We have opportunity zones here in Southwest Colorado that can help to bring in private investment. But at the local level, it's important that we also have incentives that we can offer, whether we're trying to attract businesses from outside the area, or whether we're trying to help our actual local businesses stay and grow and expand in a way that they want to. And then, let's see. I wanted to, you'll see this when I send it, but I want you to just remember the word pyramid, okay? There's going to be a picture of a pyramid in your presentation. And I put that in here because from Region 9's philosophy around how we support economic development, if you think of it like a pyramid, and at the base of that pyramid there are some things that we must put our time, energy, and money into, our resources into, deploy our resources into. So it's community placemaking. How do we make these places in our communities places that are safe, places that families can spend their time and their money? Leadership development, I talked a little bit about that. It's, from top to bottom. I mean, it's, bolstering and supporting the growth of leadership at all levels in our community. It's capacity in our community, right? Our workforce development, a lot of focus on workforce development right now, and especially from the state level. The good news for us is the state is staffing and resourcing workforce development programs and initiatives, so we can take advantage of that when we think about a future-ready workforce.
Where are they staffing that at right now?
At the state level, so yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they have hired more staff. They've even created a department called the Office of the Future of Work, and then worked with the Workforce Development Council and have really set out some pretty aggressive goals and strategies for workforce development for the whole state. Infrastructure, so that's our broadband, and then that's our roads and bridges. That's, we've got to have the infrastructure, and youth engagement. So if these are things, there's a lot more detail behind these, but if you think of those as the bottom of the pyramid, really having business attraction, retention, expansion, growth, entrepreneurship, that comes later. If you don't have that bottom set of the pyramid well in hand, it's really hard to get those other things going and rolling. And then I'll just wrap up by saying that Region 9 is here to also help with some of the challenges for economic development. Again, COVID has shown a big flashlight on a lot of challenges that we have, but whether that's uncertain regulatory environments, whether it's disruptive technologies, whether it's inadequate infrastructure, which is something that we dealt with here a bit, especially regarding our internet and our broadband, we can help to answer questions, connect resources, and just have discussions with your teams about that. So thank you for your time, and I'm really glad to meet the new folks here. And again, we're just a phone call or an email away.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wrote down here is, and you didn't explain it, but you guys are still going to start coming back over here once a week, right? That's going to be, is it still at the Dolores State Bank?
Yes. We had to wait until we got back into yellow, so we are starting back at Dolores State Bank on Thursdays. So we're here one day a week physically, and then, of course, anytime you have a meeting, that is another day, of course.
Right. But just so that everybody out there knows that they are here and they can be talked to on Thursdays at the Dolores State Bank out off of 160.
Yes, and we're taking appointments anytime, and of course we can go to a person's place of business, whatever we need to do.
Okay. And then if you will get that slideshow sent out, I've actually had the opportunity to view it with the presentation. I think it actually was with you? Or was it?
We did part of that. It was more data heavy, but we're happy to send that as well.
So, yeah, if you, that way we can get a copy to these guys also.
You bet.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, Gina and Lori, Social Services.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Okay, before we get started, I'd like to make a motion, we approve the record of proceedings of the Board of Social Services that met on Tuesday, January 26th.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the record of proceedings for Montezuma Board of Social Services for Tuesday, January 26, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
How are you all?
good. How are you?
So I don't have much to report today. It's business as usual. But I do want to say thank you to the Board of Commissioners for coming to visit our management team and our supervisors last week. We had a 2.5-hour discussion or so. And they got to meet you and you got to meet them, and they talked about their various programs. And there were questions and answers that were raised, and I just want to thank you for the time that you took to meet with my staff. That was very much appreciated, and I feel that the year 2021 is going to be a positive year for us all going forward, and it brought us hope and light. And listening to economic development ladies, it's bringing even more light to our situation with social services and the unemployment rate, etc. I think all those issues that the ladies presented is very much what we've been thinking about, having health in our community, and health means having great economic development as well, because we have so many folks enrolled in SNAP, TANF, etc., as you can see the numbers. So hopefully we're on the right track, and that's basically that's all I want to say at this point, unless you guys have any questions.
I don't, but I appreciate you coming today.
Was I late?
No.
Oh, no.
Okay,
You're right on time.
cool.
You were good. And I just want to express, I think it was a great meeting that we had on Wednesday. I think all three commissioners would echo that.
Very good meeting.
It's good to sit down with your group of people, just to sit, listen to their concerns and hear it face to face instead of kind of in the background. So I do appreciate that meeting.
And you're always welcome to come and visit us one-on-one, or if something comes up in the community that you want more information on, we're happy to give you that information as needed.
Okay.
I move that we approve the expenditures for the Montezuma County Department of Social Services for January of 2021.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the social services payables for January 2021 in the amount of 1.528, 402.82. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And I also want-
Congratulations on, oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
and I also want to say thank you, because the next day after our meeting with you all, our child protection unit got their face shields the very next morning at 8 o'clock, and that was thanks to Shaq and Jim Spratlin. And so, all is good. The more information that's given out there, the better off we all are. Sorry.
That's okay. I wanted to say congratulations on your new lobby. It looks nice.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. And I want to thank COVID-19 for the funding, because we wouldn't have gotten that lobby the way it is.
AKA the American taxpayer.
Okay. And I want to thank Jim Candelaria to getting that ball rolling and getting the lobby opened up like that and remodeled. I really appreciate it. And I know our clients will appreciate it. And I think now we can be HIPAA compliant. That was a big concern that I had in 2018, because that lobby, the initial lobby that we had, was way too small. And it's not okay for people to be yelling out their social security numbers, in the lobby. It just wasn't going to work. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. I hope it's working out well.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a
Yep.
good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Torres, Veteran Services, up next.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. We have our report for you up on the screen for activities during January of last month. And let's see what we have. The first slide up should be the report that Shaq and I signed that we submitted to our state office, so we can continue to receive our reimbursements from the state. So that was sent up on February 2nd. Is there any questions about that? Okay. Our next slide. I do have some changes on the next slide for our monthly financials. You'll see up there I put December of 2020. I forgot to put January. So that should be January 2021 financial report. I vetted it. I've also, because there are some expenditures that are not on this report, but I'll read them out. You'll see my pen and ink changes here, and I can email them to Shaq and email them to you. So this will be the most accurate report based on the numbers that we get from the office, the admin office. So they're slightly different. So for salaries during January of 2021, you'll see 7427. Fringe was 1691 and some change. Operating expenses was not 120, it was 224 and 22 cents. Public outreach during the month of January was $585. Those are for radio ads. Dues, training, and travel. Those are dues for Sarah and myself, $25 each. Should be there $50 for our state association that we have to be members of. And telephone was $40. So the number, instead of $92.80.21, should actually be $10,018.78. Sorry about that. Our office activities for last month. I always like to compare how we did, like for example, last month to the previous year, as the commissioners know. And you'll see that in January, a year ago, we saw 236 people come through that office. When you compare that last month, a big drop of 141 people, 95 actually came through that office, and we all pretty much can imagine why, because of the COVID. The total number of clients that we did assist, when you combine everything, whether it's in person, phone calls, emails, it comes out to 416 clients were assisted by our office. Still no house calls last month or nursing home visits. Outreach events, community events would have been 2. We did file 14 claims. 13 claims were decided by the VA. 11 were favorable, 1 was denial, and 1 stayed the same. If you look at the figures for the next slide, the 11 favorable claims that were granted by the VA, those individuals are going to receive a total of a little over $14,000 a month in monthly benefits. If you add that over the next 12 months, those 11 individuals should receive just under $170,000 each year. And those 11 individuals combined received a total of a little over $57,000 in back pay. And that's pretty much our report that I have for you for last month. Two things that are not on here is the VA has started their just like our health department and Southwest Memorial Hospital, they started doing the shots. Grand Junction had a big one last week. The clinic in Durango they're setting up clinics, but they're doing right now high-risk elderly individuals. So pretty much in line with what our health department is doing. So, are there any questions about our activities last month?
No, sir.
Pretty brief, straight to the point.
I hope that obviously once they get their vaccinations and they feel more comfortable, we'll see that at least come up, percentage-wise a little bit to what we were close to seeing. I know it may take a year to get back up to where we were, but for people to feel comfortable coming back out.
Right. Yeah.
Specifically moving to the blue, and I think that's why, it's good for people to know that we are, all of our counts are down, so they can get out.
Right. When I do talk to the clients that do come in, they all come in wearing a mask. We wear a mask when someone comes in our office. But the ones that I talk to on the phone, our veteran population, the majority are up there my age, if not older. And yeah, a lot of them are still cautious about getting out and about. One I talked to yesterday, doesn't even go to the grocery store, has a caretaker that goes to the grocery store. So that veteran in particular is being highly, cautious, and that's good. And a lot of them have underlying issues, like most Americans, though. Yeah, they're being cautious,
But Rick, I know you're in the door, through the door numbers are down, but it looks like you guys
our activity is still
doing
very
great.
high.
Yeah,
we've cracked the code, yeah.
That they're getting approved, they're still bringing money in.
Right, yeah, we cracked the code on that one, just because COVID is out there and people are more cautious, they know they have benefits and they're not going to wait, so there's mechanisms in place to file claims. We do them by phone, we do them electronically, we put it on speaker, close the door, and it's just like if the client was sitting in our office and we're banging away at the keys, and then we send them encrypted emails, they look at their claim before it goes in. So yeah, we've kind of cracked the code on how to keep the production up and keep their benefits going to them. So yeah, that hasn't changed. Good. So, but the mechanism of how we do it, yeah, that did change. And then we had a discussion the other day in another meeting committee that we sit on is the Health and Wellness Committee that I sit on with Shaq and some other county employees. And then, we talked about how 40, 50 years, long after we're all gone, the way we're doing business today is probably not going to be the same way. It'll all be, much of it will probably be remote, less brick and mortar, less, more people working from home. So anyway, you got to do what you got to do. And I think all of us here adjust and we adapt to what's happening. You have to.
Right. So. I encourage every veteran I see to get a hold of this guy right
Thank
here.
you. Well, we love what we do.
If nothing else, just get yourself in the system so later in life, when things don't go right, that you're there and they can access stuff and help you out.
And we love doing it. Thank you for all the support, and you know where we're at. If you need anything, let us know.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks, Rick.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Jonathan, Senior Services.
Opening in March.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Yeah, March 22nd, we kind of set a date for. We'll probably just initially do 2 days a week instead of the 4. Just initially, we'll probably do initial thought is a Monday and a Wednesday. We don't do Tuesdays anyways, so there'll be a little bit of a gap for cleaning or just to make sure we're safe. I think I mentioned this last month. We were just a click away last fall, when the numbers went up. So I spoke with Cody over at the health department again, and we did a whole walkthrough, a checklist of things. We'll do that again before we open. We'll go through the whole scenarios. He's going to do an observation with us at least one time, maybe 2 times, just to make sure what we're doing is right or what we should do to improve it, just for safety. And then I think our thought is just to take it slow with the vaccinations. They're steamrolling those. The numbers, of course, we know have plummeted here too. I do track that too. Spring is just around the corner. We feel confident that we're okay. I know in the past I've I don't want to say used AAA as an excuse to not open. It's kind of how they wanted it to be done. But I think we'll probably be the first ones to do this. I haven't heard of other sites, but You know, they've always encouraged us to make the best decision, and, you know, we've talked about this in the past, and I think we can absolutely do it safely. I really do. We won't have huge numbers. We never did anyways. We'd typically have 30, 25 to 35. We'll probably keep it under 20. We've actually lost some seniors, and then of course people are staying home, and you know, the uncertainty of it. We'll probably market it a little bit, but basically we'll call folks and say we just want to do it slow, because we don't want any kind of a risk or chance of someone getting, you know, this darn thing and then it's attached to the center, which is what we don't want. But that's our goal. We're going to shoot for March 22nd. I feel confident with it. We're on board pretty much with everything. Some final steps, walkthroughs, we'll send our plan to the AAA. They don't really have to approve it, but just to let them know. So.
And what does that look like for salad bars?
I know, right? Well, one thing is I did use up that salad bar grant for COVID stuff. So. You know, I don't know how they'll do that actually, but it would be nice to have a salad bar back, which was one of the big things for seniors. But that's about all I really have, so we feel good about it. And I think it's just a real positive thing. I think we just need to do this, so.
Quick question. I
Sure.
meant to ask Dr. Aiken when he was here in Public Health. We have seniors that are homebound.
Mm-hmm.
How do they get vaccinated?
Yeah, I think that was raised to me last time too. Why is Bobbi gone?
Yeah.
You know, I don't really know how that works, honestly. We've made a lot of contact through phone, the newsletter. I mean, I put out a big flyer. We're going to do another one this month again. You know, I'm not really sure. I mean, we can't go door to door with folks.
Right.
We only have, and our client list is who we have. I mean, there's unreachables. One of the things I've said, or I've learned coming into this job is there's actually a large, I believe, underserved population of seniors out there who they're far out, you know, in the rural areas, the frontier, so to say, and they're very difficult to get a hold of. They tend not to be mobile or too much. They're not involved in community activities or community events, but they're out there. I have tried and I've only been here a couple of years, I have tried to develop kind of a home care program where we visit people. I've gotten some small funding for it, not the chunk we really need, where you can actually have a dedicated person who that's their sole job, is just to do outreach and try to touch bases with these people, offer services, offer help, whatever that may look like. And I haven't been able to get that off the ground, but I think short of honestly a program like that really is dedicated to getting out to where we know people are. Maybe that means knocking on doors, working with other agencies that have clientele lists and are able to share them. That's a tough bet, Commissioner. Beyond what we have, it's there. I do recognize that number is there, that group, that population.
You know, I appreciate your answer. And I should have asked Public Health when they were here.
No, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it because it's actually been on my mind, not so much for the vaccination part of it, but for other reasons.
Right.
I've tried to touch on this loneliness factor since I've started. How unhealthy loneliness is in isolation. It's extremely unhealthy. It's extremely destructive, surprisingly. So, not surprisingly, but it is. They say actually more so than smoking and obesity, that social isolation is that much more consequential negatively for people over 50, 60 years of age. So that's been on my mind. The vaccination obviously is key too, but it's the same kind of group we're trying to tap into.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm a baby boomer, and we're impacting your system immensely.
Absolutely. I think Rick was in my office yesterday. We were just talking about these different changes and stuff. We were talking a little bit about teleservices for veterans and other things like that. And I think Colorado, I could be wrong on this, is the fifth fastest, or will be the fifth fastest growing for seniors within the baby boomer generation on a per capita basis or percentage basis on their population. I believe so. I could be wrong, but I know we're one of the fastest growing for aging seniors. So I understood.
Right. I mean, it's just a matter of communication, and we all struggle with that.
It's also, honestly, it's a matter of money. You know, we are funded by the AAA. The county, there's a money factor here. We get AAA money, we get other grants I write. We get a little bit of money from donations, some other things, typically some annex rental, a little bit of money there. But in order to have services, it requires money, and especially if you're looking at human social services, those sorts of programs are typically funded on a local level. Not always, but there's grants and whatnot. But that's what it comes down to. That's a social service, not social services department, but in the sense of the social services work, human services, that genre, that field.
Right.
That's what that takes on a heavier level. So.
Jonathan, maybe before you put out your next newsletter, you can touch base with the health department and include information if it even exists. I mean, I know we have that van. I can't imagine that they could do vaccinations from that van, but maybe you touch base with them at least so that you can throw that in your newsletter. Jonathan puts out a great newsletter. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet.
We try to have a little bit of fun with it, but yeah, I suppose long-term options called me too, and I think they might be involved with it, but it looks like we're going to have some new information in the newsletter as well. And but again, does someone get the newsletter and does someone read it? That's part of it too. But
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thought is to saturate the community, right? That's what they call it, right? You got to saturate the whole area, whether it's radio, news, however.
Well, one of the things like you just stated, we deal with, how do you reach some of these people because they're just, technology's not there, or they don't have technology, or they don't know how to use the technology. And, the media, as far as the paper, is once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's tough.
The numbers are high, and those numbers have landlines. They don't have technology. They're not tapped into the internet. We mentioned this before when COVID hit. The idea was to reach people and do programs through tele, tele this, tele that. That honestly just does not, it's not practical in our area. But I think the numbers are very high. I think we're probably in the 300 to 800 range. That's a real loose number on my part. I'm just throwing it out there. Which I would consider an underserved population of elderly. I think that number's pretty high. I think it's substantial. Just knowing the population of the county and whatnot, and how rural it is. So,
okay.
Anything else? Swing by, visit with me. I'd love to talk more about it, ideas, anything. Yeah, absolutely. I'm always open to ideas, so appreciate it. Okay.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer Moko.
On the line with Telluride, trying to figure out our Telluride stuff. So, how are you guys today?
Good.
Good. How are you?
Good. I have some ideas for just what you were talking about, because we are the transportation. So the way I look at it is, number one, we are taking people to get shots at the moment. We have had people call. We have Medicaid that can pay for it, which we're trying to work on getting that set up or fixed to where we can get that. The other thing is we can reach out to Pasco. We can reach out to Guardian Angel, because they have all those clients that are homebound, that have people go see them. So, and I work for Pasco because I take care of my mom. So I think that would be something. The nursing homes would be another. If we could get a rapport with social services, Social Security. When I was working child support, I actually called Social Security for several reasons, to find out if, people were still here, and that kind of thing, and they were really good about giving me the information. So why not Social Security? Most people in their, 65 and older are getting Social Security. There's your answer.
Do they actually keep a database of who's where and all that?
Yeah, they have to have addresses and stuff to give them their checks.
Right.
Some people don't even have bank account, or they don't have a direct deposit. My mother hates direct deposit. She hates doing that stuff. Because I'm here, she does it. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So that'd be something to think about too. Shaq and I talked last week about doing like a set kind of bus service from like Minkus and Dolores, of 3 or 4 people at a time, 5 people at a time that need to come get their COVID shots. We can do that too.
So that's kind of my answer to that. You know, we are the transportation, so that's kind of what we do. I'd like to, and I've been talking about it and thinking about it for a while, I'd like to tap into the Medicare part of it, because Medicare sometimes pays for medical rides as well. So if they don't have Medicaid, Medicare would. So I'm not sure how that works and how that's going to work, but I think that would be an amazing thing to do, because then you've got all those people that are on Medicaid.
Are you talking more about a ride getting to the vaccination, or more about just staying?
Well,
or not
there's-
notified of?
Right,
where
we
we're
don't know where they're at.
Right.
A lot of people, and, you know, I know they probably don't, some of them don't know that they can get a ride.
Right, right. So
And-
Medicaid and Medicare would be a good start for that.
And-
Because if you can get Medicare on board, then you've got all the people that get Medicare, and they have to have addresses,
Yeah.
phone numbers. you know.
And so we're getting some emails in about the issue right now, and a lot of them that are homebound, of course, we've sent out the information for how to register for vaccines, and it looks like EMS from the hospital is actually going to their homes and vaccinating.
Okay. Oh,
But
good.
that doesn't mean that there's people out there that are homebound that haven't got the memo of how to sign up or whatever.
Right.
So if you're out there in YouTube land listening and you have a homebound friend or family member, or it's yourself, reach out to the health department or to Southwest Memorial Hospital, and they will help schedule the EMS to get there.
That's
that's
great.
good,
I
too.
mean, house calls used to be a thing in the past, but they are coming back.
Yeah. So, okay, so back to, so as far as this month goes, we're up to 255 riders. Looks like it's going to be a little lower than last month. We ended up with 298, so it is low compared to previous years. Meals on Wheels last month, we did 110. This month we've done 61. We still have a few days left, but and we're not doing Thursdays for Meals on Wheels right now because we just don't have the manpower. I have 3 people and nobody's applying, so I'm trying to get back up to 5 right now, and I'm just not getting anybody that's applying. And I'm sure the unemployment thing has a factor in that. They're getting unemployment, they don't want to go to work, that's fine, but, so that's where I'm at right now as far as that goes. We're still trying to find 2 people. We did get a Cortez grant, a grant from Cortez, which we haven't got the last couple of years. They are giving us $5,000 contingent on the feasibility study for the designated route. So as soon as we get to where that, I haven't even heard about it yet. They haven't done anything with them yet. So as soon as I hear about that, then the Cortez Council gave me $5,000 to help with that. So I thought that was not what I asked for, but it was better than we've gotten the last 2 years. I still have CARES Act money left from CDOT. That's what I'm running on right now because they haven't done their contracts for the year yet. As soon as they do that, then we'll need a signature on that to go forward with that. For the operating budget, I guess I should say, for 2021. We also should be getting, hopefully, the contract for our new van by July, and hopefully we'll have it by October, I'm hoping. And that's the one with the wrap, so that'll be nice. CDOT is working.
The
Pardon?
date is October to receive it? It's that far away?
Yeah. We didn't even get, we got them, let's see, we didn't even get the ones we got for 2020. 2019, we didn't get until, I think January is when I had those cut. Yeah, January, February.
That's correct. And the F-150s we ordered for Steve last March, we didn't get till November.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the political reaction to the virus slowed everything down.
Yeah. So, but hopefully we'll have that by October. CDOT is working with the providers about IntelliRide, the brokerage system they put in for Medicaid. That was something that the legislature did without asking anybody and without asking transportation providers what might happen, especially for us rural providers. So we're actually bubbling up some stuff. I did a survey of all my Medicaid clients just because I wanted to know how they were doing with it. And I had 2, maybe 3, I think, out of those 40 surveys that were okay with it. And it ranged anywhere from the dispatchers they have to deal with to having to deal with wait times of 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever. So I bubbled that up to Intelluride, and I also gave that to the CDOT lady I was talking to today. So hopefully that's going to help something. Because our Medicaid numbers, in 2019, we did 2,163 rides for Medicaid alone, and 2020 it was down to 1,507. So it hurt. And I'm not saying COVID is not part of that, because, you know, March, April, we kind of, everything shut down. So we didn't have the rides, but after that, things kind of opened up for a while, and then we, you know, but we're still not where we were. So that's pretty much all I have, but hopefully we'll get that fixed. So.
Okay.
And we just got an email from Dr. Aiken, and he said if anybody is homebound and needs the vaccine, that to please email him Aiken, AIKIN, at swhealth.org.
I can put out a flyer too. I don't know, I mean, to get to my people, that, you know, if they, and that way if they have anybody that they know that needs something.
I don't think it would hurt. I mean, it's almost going to have to be word of mouth, because the technology is not there. They're not going to get it that way. So hopefully somebody knows them that they can say, hey, by the way, you know, you can come in and get it.
And I
Neighbors,
just
friends,
forwarded you the
relatives.
information.
Mm-hmm.
I just did.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, and the other thing too, I was thinking too, most of those people have a doctor, so I don't know if the doctor's offices could help with getting that word out too. I mean, I'm assuming that these people have to have some kind of doctor.
I think.
Well,
And we might be treading on ground that's already been covered, but
Could
it
be.
needs to be, kept out there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I absolutely agree. I can send out, you know, flyers to my people, and they can give them away if they, you know, to whoever they need to too. So.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, CSU Extension, Andrea.
So you guys get me today. I think everybody knows me already, but I'm Andrea Jeter, so I'm the 4-H program coordinator. I've starting my 5th year in this position. So did 21 years of having a member in the program consecutively. So pretty proud of making it through all those years with those kids. At one point we had kids in every single one of the livestock barns, so I've definitely done it all in all that. So 4-H program right now, we're looking at right at 160 members that we have so far this year. We do still have a lot trickling in as we get into where are we with that COVID dial and that situation. That really affected us last year, especially in that month before the county fair. We lost about 40 members. Both sides of the situation. We had families that were very worried about what fair was going to look like. We had families that were in financial difficulties, especially when you're doing those livestock animals. Those can be very, very costly projects. That being said, the other thing that I also deal with a lot is the fact that when people think about 4-H, the first thing that they think about is the county fair. And I just want to bring up the fact that 4-H is actually a youth development program. It's not necessarily the county fair. You don't have to go to the county fair and compete in order to complete a 4-H project. So a lot of my job right now has been providing that project support. I have become my own little IT department, as much as Isaac does not like me touching the computers, because I call him a lot. Thank goodness we have a really good IT department in the county. So we did get the go-ahead from our regional director to start going back to doing some in-person programming, which is awesome. It's really great to hear Bobbi talk about being able to go back into maybe that blue on that COVID dial, because that does open us up to doing a lot more stuff. Our structure that we have right now is, in order for CSU to approve something to happen, we have to go through what they call a COVID event planning form, where we have to basically go through all of our guidelines, all of the health department, the CDPHE guidelines, put it into a written form. I send it through Greg as my director, then it goes off to our state 4-H director, and then comes back down to our regional director. Once I get those 3 signatures on something, then we're approved to go forward with an in-person programming. So there's quite a lot of stuff that has to happen before we can do those programs. So the good thing about that is that we did get some approvals to start doing those in-person meetings again. We actually had one at the annex last night with our biggest club in the community. We are following a hybrid model, so we had the Zoom going, and then we had people that were there in person, of course, required to have a mask if they're going to attend in person. What John said earlier about we don't want that attachment coming back to anything 4-H did. So we are making sure that we are following all those guidelines. Some of the cool things that we get to do, our county council actually will get back to meeting here. They actually meet in your guys' room. It's really cool for our county council officers. They're sitting in your chairs. So thank you for allowing them to do that. It really gives them that status as stepping up as officers and leading those meetings and doing parliamentary procedure. So we do that the second Monday of every month. And like I said, we'll get back to doing those in here. Officer training, we just talked about the parliamentary procedure. I know Joe, I just want you all to know, he was a chicken leader. When I very first met him, he was a chicken leader for our 4-H club. So just remind him of that occasionally.
He's a man of many talents. I've seen him sing. And
Been there, done that.
There you go. Yep.
Chicken leader.
Yep, he was a chicken leader. That's the very first time I ever met Joe.
Could you lead the chicken dance and sing for us right now?
Everybody get up and dance for it. I want to see it.
That was one hip surgery ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can continue to make excuses or you can make progress. I'll let you decide.
So, lost my train of thought with the chicken dance there. Totally gone. So again, right now, one of the biggest things that I'm doing in my job is basically providing that meeting support so that we can get back to having that hybrid system. We have a lot of families on both sides of this issue. So those families that do want to stay home, that aren't comfortable coming in for whether there's health issues or whether they don't want to have to wear a mask, having that option there. I personally think that the Zoom option is probably going to be something that we will see long standing in the 4-H world, because we do have a lot of those families that are out doing other stuff. I've got kids that were on the meeting last night that were in Moab. I have kids that were traveling to go to a rodeo. You know, so it was a great way for them to be able to get into that meeting, still meet their attendance policy, and still be able to do stuff. It's great for those families that are at home with those multi-age kids. You know, trying to get all those kids gathered up and get them into town sometimes is a little bit difficult. We've also been having to look at some kind of innovative ways of keeping everybody going through all this, just like everybody else. When I talk about that, you know, 4-H isn't necessarily about the county fair. So one of the things that the kids do need to do in order to complete their 4-H project is a community service project. So I know that Greg's talked before about the hospital project that we did, where we did a STEM project, put together sugar scrubs, they wrote thank you cards. We did 200 of those and delivered them to all the nurses at the nursing homes. There was 9 different places that we delivered them to. It was awesome. It was one of those hands-off, nobody had to get together. They picked up their kits, they went home, they did it as a family. And that's one of the best things about 4-H is it's a very family-oriented program. The most recent one that they did was Valentine's for the nursing homes. Some of those kids put together the coolest Valentine's packages with crossword puzzles and Sudokus and chapstick and pins and just cool things for the nursing home residents to be able to do and to remember that they're there. So the availability to do some of those community service projects in a different manner. We all think about going out and, you know, cleaning up the sidewalk or something. But looking at those other alternative programs that we could do during the COVID situation has really been neat. I've seen some of our leaders are so good at thinking outside the box. And that's really what we've had to do, is think about what we can do and not necessarily what we can't do. So tonight we actually have our 4-H 101 for our new families. I've got 21 new families this year, which is awesome. So we will be meeting tonight, 4-H 101 over at the annex. We'll go through just basically the rules. I think your granddaughter is actually going to be there tonight. So yeah, I'm glad to have her back. Just the overall, we put it together just to orient, because there are a lot of rules that go along with the 4-H program, and where do you get your record books, and what's the code of conduct, and what happens at fair, and what happens with these meetings. So we'll go over those type of things. On the outside of the 4-H program, one of the cool things that I got to do, in collaboration with the health department, was teach a dehydration class.
Did you guys all run around without drinking?
We did. Shucks. The health department had a grant, and they actually provided dehydrators for the attendees that actually went through the class. We did it in a Zoom fashion. It was really cool. Again, shout out to our IT department. It was like the cooking show. We actually had the camera up above to watch all the different foods. I think when you guys were in, there was kind of the joke about whether we were having lunch over at the office over there, all the stuff that was out. Lots of fun being able to put together all those different foods and stuff, especially in that busy lifestyle. I know I've got a lot of the families that are like, oh my God, the potato soup idea, that is so cool. And it is just that other way. I think that one of the things that the pandemic has actually done is bring back that food security issue, and people thinking about, what kind of preservation methods could we do. I actually have a kind of a background in that, so that's been a fun project that I've gotten to do. We've done some canning classes in the past, and we look forward to doing a lot more of those in the future. So they did open it up to 20 attendees, and within, I think, 3 days it was full. And I think I'm going to have to do a whole nother one just for our 4-H kids, because we've had a lot of those kids who are like, I can make fruit leather? Yay, how do I do that? I can make, dried pineapple out of a can. How do I do that? So I think we're going to start looking at doing some more of that, which is kind of where a lot of some of the 4-H programming has been going. Traditional 4-H, it's a family thing. It is a commitment, those animals, those meetings. And society as a whole, excuse me, as a whole in the structure, getting those families to spend that time with those kids can sometimes be difficult. So we're looking at some of those alternate ways. I say it's traditional 4-H versus kind of the new 4-H. School environments, of course, we were headed on a great direction on getting back into the schools and starting to do some of that kind of stuff, the embryology classes, and then of course COVID hit. And so we've kind of had to step back from some of that. So some of the future things that we're looking at doing, I've got a MyPI program, which we started successfully last year, and then of course kind of got shut down on everything. And MyPI stands for My Preparedness Initiative, and it is a youth disaster and emergency preparedness class. We went to the fire department, we did CPR, we did first aid, we did fire extinguishers. I had 14 kids that participated in it, and every single one of those went through that class part. It is actually the FEMA CERT class, so if anybody's familiar with that. So we've gone over all those ICS structures. We've done all those type of things. And now that we're being able to go back into those in-person classes again, we'll be getting back into that. One of the best components that matches in with the 4-H, with the MyPI program, is the kids have to reach out. We call it the Prep Plus 6. They have 6 families plus their own that they are going to be reaching out to help them prep, whether it's getting all their documents in one place, having a couple of days worth of food and water available, putting together cool little emergency kits with all the stuff that you might need. We were working with Firewise to maybe get into, I think it's the Cedar Mesa out by you guys, subdivision that's had the issues with the one way in, one way out, that kind of thing. And getting together with that group to actually go in and present to that group to do this. Because that's been one of the challenges, is getting that 6 other families. So if you take the 14 kids times 6, we've got a lot of families that we want to be reaching to do this.
There's the guy that originally started the Red Zone project.
There we go. And it's going to be a great way to collaborate with a whole lot of different agencies and get a whole lot of people. I know I've talked to Shaq in the past about sending that information out for anybody in the county and through that web to be able to say, hey, I want to come participate in this. But the best component of all of that is it is the kids that are teaching it. It is the kids that will be presenting that information to those other families and helping them to get their kits together. So that's where I go back to that youth development portion of the 4-H program, not just being about county fair. So super cool program, really excited to get back into that. On the traditional side of 4-H, we're looking at doing what we call a meat school, which has been designed through some of the other CSU and with the help of the meat science lab that they have up at CSU. And it's basically, what does it take to produce that good steak? What does it take to get that good bacon? What does it take overall with husbandry? What makes a good steak? What is that marbling? What is those different components that goes into this? Because I think we lose a lot of that as we go through we're going to raise this animal, we're going to take it to the county fair, and we're going to sell it. So that's one of the things that we're working on. And then, like I said, kind of going back to that non-traditional 4-H, the homeschool groups, that activity-based. You can still do a 4-H project and not ever go to the county fair. You can still do a 4-H project and learn a whole lot in a short period instead of it being on that calendar year cycle that 4-H normally runs. So there's my quick rundown of, let me talk, very rapidly and get it all out.
Do they still have the
Good job.
clovers?
The clover beds, yes.
Yeah.
So 4-H traditionally is from 8 to 18. We do have clover bed members, and they're from 5 to 7-year-olds. And the difference with them is they are more activity-based. They can't compete at the county fair.
Right.
There's something called ages and stages in 4-H, and that age group, they just aren't quite mature enough to really get that competition component. So those guys are going to be doing, we do have a school teacher that's going to be working with them again, and they'll be doing all sorts of cool activities. They've gone out and planted flowers at Four Seasons. They've gone out and done nature hikes. They've done all sorts of cool stuff like that. So we're looking forward to getting back into doing those things.
I hope so.
Yep. Anybody else got any questions? I know that was a quick rundown, but if you got any other 4-H questions, ask the ex-chicken leader.
I have visions of a chicken dance in my head.
Yeah, it's just going to be stuck for the rest of your day, right?
Yeah.
That can't be pretty.
Thank you, Andrea.
All right, thanks,
Good job.
guys.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Andrea.
day.
Thank you.
Let's see, James Dietrich is here. We'll go ahead and capture you, James. If that's okay, Joe.
Of course.
I'll put you in there with us.
I'll use this one since it's already on. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to lead off this report with some upcoming meetings that we've got scheduled. The first one is the Rangeland Stewardship Committee meeting, which is scheduled for this evening at 7 o'clock in this room. And so we'll be talking about the Flowdine Yellow Jacket allotment and what kind of a strategy we think might be the best moving forward with it. Currently, of course, we're in the Section 106 process. So, I mean, we just want to decide whether or not we want to tip and play our whole hand all at one time, or whether or not we kind of unravel this thing piece by piece as this process unfolds. So either way, we want to stay engaged in the process and want to underscore that we're a participating partner in that. So anyway, that'll be part of the purpose of the meeting tonight. Then, of course, on Thursday, the 25th, we've got a meeting with the town of Dolores to discuss the Salter Vegetation Management Project. I notice all three commissioners have responded to that, so if all three commissioners choose to attend, we should just be aware that we need to notice that. So. That should be a robust conversation, is kind of my guess, just judging by some of the stuff I saw on Facebook. So, anyway.
They actually talked a lot about it last night at the Dolores Town Council meeting. It was some of the concerns, again, what they brought up at our board-to-board meeting were addressed. A lot of those we couldn't answer because they dealt with Derek Padilla and the Forest Service.
Right.
So they did reach out to him, so some of those hopefully will be taken care of and answered, so maybe it won't be as robust as we think.
Okay, well, hopefully not. Just to let the commissioners know on that note, I have invited the Forest Service and any of their specialists that they feel like should be included, their ecologists, their wildlife biologists, anybody that has anything to do with the timber program. And we've also invited CPW to get their input on it. They've already provided scoping comments on this project. But for one thing, I think it'd be nice to get to know Mr. Archuleta. He's our new regional area manager. So it'll be the first time we get to work with him. He says he doesn't really know a whole lot about this project, so he's going to defer to some of his folks. But this is a learning process for all of us. And so if we can get some good answers from the Forest Service as well as CPW, that'll help us when we go to talk to community members about this project. I think one of the things about this project is we need to, do some good education on it because it's really about forest health and wildfire protection and watershed protection as much as anything else. So we need to have, we need to have our war chest really full of answers when it comes to defending this project. So.
And did the commissioners want to stream that on YouTube as well?
I don't have an issue with it. I mean, it's a
I
public.
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be in public, and I think we can We can stream all of our meetings. We have the capability. It's going to be in this room.
Okay.
so-
Yeah, we'll be in this room, and I believe Dolores will be participating by Zoom.
Correct.
Okay, so we can YouTube it as well.
You know, it seems to me, just for what it's worth, our objective here is education and transparency. So from that perspective, we ought to probably just, have it wide open. So.
Yeah, I don't have any issues with that at all.
Okay.
Okay, the second thing I've got is a couple of letters of support. Well, actually, one letter of support and one letter of thanks. The first letter I have is a letter of support for the Certified Local Government Program. This is a grant that the city has been applying to State Historic Fund for I don't know what, 7 years running, something like that. But basically what they're doing is they're doing an inventory of eligible properties within the city of Cortez. They've done the historic town site already, and they're starting to move through the rest of the town to identify, whatever structures may be eligible. So that is the first letter I've got, and I'll bring that forward here. I'll explain the second letter also. The second letter is simply a thank you letter to Representative Boebert for coming down and listening to us and taking, consideration of some of our concerns. So, and I'll talk about some of those concerns later on. This is simply a thank you letter at this point.
I think we can just do this in one shot, so if you want to just do both.
I move to approve these two letters, one to the State Historical Fund and the other one to the Honorable Lauren Boebert's.
Second.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to send two letters. One to the State Historical Fund, located at 1200 Broadway, Denver, Colorado. And the other one, a letter of thank you to Honorable Lauren Boebert, State Representative, District 58. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Kim, I can just use a copy from those.
And James, I wanted to extend my thanks to you and to Ed Millard and to everybody else who helped Congresswoman Boebert get those amendments ready to answer DeGette's wilderness bill.
Yeah, she did a very, very good job on that, and I was really pleased with all the amendments that she's proposing. And some of these are very relevant to us. Some of them are simply, or maybe not be quite relevant to us, but something we would probably support anyway. I certainly didn't find anything in her entire proposed package of amendments that we would have any concerns about. So, unless the commissioners have, and of course I think those have all been forwarded to the commissioners for review too. But yeah, she did a great job. I think she's got us very well covered with regards to House Resolution 803, Protecting America's Wilderness and Public Lands Act. She's extremely clear on how she's going to vote on DeGette's bill. And then she also covers the 30 by 30 initiative, and so she's got language in there that would nullify that. She advocates to keep the BLM headquartered in Grand Junction. I think we've already weighed in on that. We're behind it. She proposes a release of all wilderness study back to standard BLM protection. This is really kind of the crux of where we're at with our problem. And all the way along, we've been maintaining that the BLM has even, had studies, and they recommend release also. And so that's our position on that. The difficulty that we're in with it is that currently it's a wilderness study area, which is this very same thing as wilderness. So we got, so either Congress will approve those and designate those as wilderness, or they can release those. So those are two options on the table. I think possibly a third option might be to try to pull together a coalition that advocates for some other type of a designation. And it seems a little bit dicey to me because right now, it's got the top level protection, and so to come up with some other designation that we can propose that that lifts some of those restrictions, I think we're going to hit a lot of opposition from the NGOs, because they've essentially already won. All they need is the designation. As long as it doesn't get released by Congress, they're already happy. So I mean, we would take a lot of work on our part. I'm not saying it's impossible, and it could be an avenue that we could pursue. I think one of the issues that we've got is that the wilderness designation would prohibit mechanized use, which is kind of a growing activity in our area, and certainly is probably far less impactful than a lot of the potential that I think the NGOs are trying to pump up out there. So I mean, and there's some other issues with it. We want to maintain grazing and access to valid existing rights, things along that line. But I think to say that we're really advocating for all these areas to be open to motorized use is certainly incorrect. Maybe some of them have some areas where it could work, but certainly is not one of our primary goals behind it. So maybe there is something to work with, is my message. And if DeGette's bill fails, personally, I think it'd be kind of cool to go in there and swoop those from her with some other type of a designation, if it's possible to do that. Almost anything's going to be better than wilderness, so I mean, we don't have a lot to lose by working on it. So.
And James, for people listening out in YouTube land, and maybe people that are members of our audience that don't know what the 30/30 proposition is, can you give us the Reader's Digest version?
Yeah, so essentially this is an initiative to protect 30% of America's land and water by the year 2030. And this has apparently already been passed by the current administration. What I can tell is that it's got a strong focus on private lands. Obviously everything that's already federal, it has already got a level of protection. It may not be the level of protection they want, and I think you're going to always see a movement to try to layer up designations. But it does appear that there is a strong focus on private lands, and of course that would be voluntary, at least up to this point. And I think the primary mechanism is by use of land conservancy type situations. So,
and James, you said it's going to be voluntary, but their goal is 30% of all of the nation's land. So what happens when they don't get enough volunteers?
Well, that's a very good question, and I'm sure that there will be other pressures that will be put on people. And it's coming from probably, I mean, it's going to be a collaboration effort between, the EPA and every environmental NGO out there, as well as all the federal agencies, because of course what they're trying to do is link up vast areas of federal land. Obviously, for example, Nevada is about 82% federal. I mean, if you wanted to grow a big wildlife corridor, the best place to do that is working around the edges of that and trying to piecework private properties together as a part of that network. And again, I can't say that all that's bad, and again, most of this is on a voluntary basis at this point. But I think it's pretty clear now what the actual number is. I've always wondered, what is the number for conservation easements in Montezuma County? What's the goal? Well, I think they've come right out and stated the goal. At this point, it's 30%. However, no sooner than they state 30% as the goal, than right on the heels within the same article that I'm reading, this is, but yeah, they're jumping already to 50%, and this is being promulgated by, Mr. Udall out of, Congressman Udall out of New Mexico. So,
I never understood why it was always west of the Continental Divide. Why isn't there anything happening, on the eastern seaboard?
Because it's all city already.
Well, I mean, they need, conservation out there just as bad as we do. They're destroying their lands out there at a far faster rate than we are.
Well, and I'll tell you, I'd rather breathe the air here that's been polluted by all of you planet destroyers than the air in the cities where they're doing everything they can.
So that's a good point, Kent. That's a point I've always made with, the acquisition of lands in Montezuma County by the federal agencies. Where we need public lands is Mississippi, in Texas, in places like that. So yeah, I've often said that. But I think one of the reasons they're doing it here is because you have large stretches of federal land that works as a nucleus, and so as you can grow those pieces, the objective is to make them connect. And I think I passed along some of those maps that showed corridors all the way from Mexico to Alaska.
Yep.
And I don't know what animals migrate from Mexico to Alaska, but that's kind of a long ways. And we have no evidence that we haven't got, relatively good continuity of wildlife habitat as it is. I mean, granted, we all know some fragmentation is happening, but.
I mean, if nothing else, equitability of acre to acre. If you're going to do an acre out west, let's do an acre in upstate New York or Pennsylvania. There's a lot of land out there.
There sure is, and it would really provide a service to the public back east.
Let's have a little equity here and balance.
Right. Well, Montezuma County is 73% federal lands. It's hard to understand why we need to conserve more.
Right.
And again, most of it goes into conservation without having any public access whatsoever. And it really is an impact on other taxpayers also. Anyway, I've said enough about that.
And we're a slave to PILT funds, payment in lieu of taxes.
That's right.
And every year Congress has the choice to fund it or not.
Right.
And even then, PILT funds don't equal what we lose in property taxes of those lands.
That's right. Yeah.
If it's funded.
Yeah, if it's funded.
If it's funded.
Yeah, and we don't know that year to year. So, actually, there may be some conversation we want to have in the future. On that note, I've been prompted a couple times by Senator Bennett's office, which always causes me a little bit of concern, advocating for a federal mineral leasing district. Well, I mean, maybe that's an option. I mean, and really it's something we should probably explore and get our heads around and fully understand. But we've never gone down that path in the past. And again, anything that comes out of that office, I'm always a little bit, suspicious of to begin with. So I'll listen, but doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to agree. That's for sure. So.
Right.
Okay, I'll kind of move on along here. I also wanted to let the commissioners know that we have confirmed the presentation by Roy Smith from the BLM to come in the latter part of March and make a presentation regarding specifically federal water rights. And it sounds like we could ask him to really put some effort into the wild and scenic and wilderness and really fully explain how water rights work associated with those two designations. The BLM sort of thought, well, maybe that might be a little bit heavy. It might take a while. We could ask for another meeting to follow up, and for example, we could focus on NCA management and designation process or something like that. So, and basically the way I kind of left it is I think we ought to probably see how we do, and we can always ask for another meeting after we go through the first one. And if it's useful information, that'll give us better information to make that decision on also. So Dolores County's been invited, and I'll coordinate with you, Jim, on who to invite from Montrose County as well as San Miguel County. Okay. So Dolores County, I did have a conversation with them. They appear to be 100% committed to the NCA at this point. So, doesn't make any difference for us. We need to make our own decisions and evaluate the information as best we can. And then they also say over and over that we've got a seat at the table. All we have to do is ask to come back to it. And they're willing and eager to hear from us. So, and I assured them that you may not hear what you want to hear. And they're okay with that. They feel like they've got a path forward and they'd like to explain that path forward to us. So we can listen and we can explain our objections or however we feel about it from our perspective also. I think that Dolores County did mention a few specific concerns that they've got, and I will mention those so that we can have some thought process going on about that. And part of the reason I'm bringing this up is that the BLM asked us to have a few questions ahead of time for Roy Smith when he comes and makes that presentation. I mean, that's not something they said you have to have these questions, but it probably would help that discussion. So I thought I'd just share a few of the concerns that Dolores County has got and it kind of helps rationalize why they've moved in the direction they have. One of them is they're really worried about the wilderness designations, and wilderness can come with a reserved federal water right. It's only the minimum amount of water necessary to fulfill the primary purpose of the reservation, but nevertheless, they're still after water with that. The wild and scenic river designation is sort of the same situation. That can come with a water right to protect the outstanding remarkable value that designation was set up to protect. In our case, it looks like it's going to be those fish. And of course, those fish, are also, on the list to be listed, as threatened or endangered, and that certainly can also come with federal reserve water right. But some of the other concerns they've had is the notion of being able to get pipelines across the river. Within wilderness or wild and scenic, you wouldn't be able to put a pipeline across the river. And of course, they've got some interest on the other side of the river with Kinder Morgan and some of the minerals that are there. We talked about, could you just run the pipeline down the road right away and hang it on the bridge? Maybe. And yet, we don't know for sure if the bridge is really going to be capable of handling something like that. So I think what they're really worried about is you just slam the door on it. And so trying to find some other way that allows some of that access is part of their objective. Access in itself, they're saying that there's going to be a particular attention to timber harvesting, road construction, and similar activities which may be contrary to the purpose of this act. Well, all that could potentially be shut off if we don't get a good NCA in place. So the minerals, obviously, anything that's within that designated area looks like it will likely be withdrawn, and probably subject to valid existing rights. We don't know currently what those rights look like at this time. But likely it will yield a mineral withdrawal. So I think, they've got some valid concerns, and they think they may have a path forward on it. I think we all share those concerns, and I think I could safely say that all of us think that it's being managed just fine the way it is. I think the concern is that there's a designation coming somehow, sometime, and you're either part of the process or you're going to get it handed to you. And so I think that's where they're at, and I don't blame them for being a little spooked about that, So, okay, so I guess that kind of concludes my presentation. I think that covers it pretty well here for today. So.
Okay.
Anything else from the commissioners?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right.
Thanks,
okay.
James.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, James.
See you tonight.
Yep.
Mr. Baxter.
We are continuing negotiations with Kinder Morgan. My thought is that we're headed for a hearing in Denver at the BAA, but I will keep you guys updated on that as things progress. I know that last week, I think it was at the town of Dolores' meeting, an issue came up as far as what the maximum can be for the lodger's tax.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Candelaria had a better memory than me. You're absolutely right. The statute caps it at 2%. We're maxed out. We're not allowed to go higher. It's written into the statute. So I'm not sure what information they were, maybe I can inquire, or they can let me know where they were getting their information that some places have it higher. But the lodger's tax is capped by statute at 2%. That's what we have it at.
Yeah, and see, that was always my memory also, because that's per the statute, and we can't really even change it. It wouldn't matter if we tried to put it out for vote. It's capped.
It's capped.
And we're at 1.9, so you have 1/10% that you could only move, and that would be
Yeah, it's the statute number is 3011 107.5. It's in that first paragraph, no more than 2. So, the County Road Y issue was the one with the gate across it, and I think I let you all know last week just by email that he has retained a large law firm in Denver. I wouldn't really call it negotiations that we're in right now. They just said, hey, we represent him. He's retained us to look into who owns that road, who has the rights to it. Can you hold off on doing anything, or we'll consider it trespass if you do anything on that road. And I tried to politely respond that, hey, without a time frame of you telling me how long you're going to be investigating this, no. But I'm open to hearing from them, and hey, if you guys want to talk, let's talk. So Hadn't heard back from them. I just got that initial communication from them saying that they have been retained. It is a big, I think, international law firm that has offices in multiple cities and probably hundreds of attorneys that he's retained. But I think we're on pretty solid ground from the information I have that it's county road. We don't need to worry about that. And so I'll, of course, keep you guys updated too if I change my mind or if I'm presented any other information that leads me to believe anything else. I don't know how solid this is, but we have a jury trial in social services scheduled to begin on Monday. That I think when everybody said it, there was just an assumption that it would, this will get continued and bumped out because of COVID. The 22nd Judicial District has not allowed jury trials to commence again. However, this one, the judge says is going. And there's a hearing on Friday, so that could change. But there might actually be a jury trial on Monday. We'll see. Right now, it's scheduled to go. I don't see any indication that it's not going. The judge, I think, has indicated that this, I got this information through Mr. McLaren, that the judge said summonses were sent out to prospective jurors. So theoretically, that should be a go. So we'll see whether or not there really is a jury trial on Monday. Let's see what else I can update you guys on. I think that's it, unless you guys have other questions.
I had another question, and we had talked about it on the statute for the master streets plan.
The roads. Of
the roads, and how that actually affects the county through that statute. So if you want to address that just briefly too.
What specifically is your question? Just whether or not we have to?
I think there's a lot of fear. I think that the city is reaching out to try and take or
annex,
whatever the term may be. But in reality, if I read the statute correctly, and after our conversation, it's nothing more than a view of up here looking down at it to say these are possible alignments.
Right.
And that through the statute, we communicate back and forth with the planning departments. But in reality, the city only can comment and review as we pass subdivisions back and forth within the buffer zone. And it basically takes the whole 3-mile zone.
I think that's correct. So we're supposed to work with them on street alignments.
Correct.
And that's pretty much the most strict, I think, version of how we're supposed to work with them. Is we're supposed to make sure that our streets are going to align with their streets or whatnot. Annexation is a little bit more complex or whatever. I don't know exactly where they're planning on or what they're talking about.
They're not planning annexation. They're only talking master streets plan, which my understanding is that it's not a plan to build a street. It is a plan that, hey, when this land is subdivided 60 years down the road, the person doing the subdivision, if they could consider making the road here, things will tie together better.
Fair.
Correct.
And they're under state statute to do this.
Correct.
Yes.
And we're under state statute to communicate back and forth, but it's for review and comment. So I think it just will set people's mind at ease to realize that that's a statute that we have to work together.
Yep.
But when we approve our county subdivisions, it doesn't mean that is applicable to say, hey, this is how this has to be.
And if a planning project comes before the commissioners that's in the 1-mile or 3-mile zone of influence that the city has, the commission can consider the city's comments the same as any other public comment, but is not required to do anything with it.
Correct. And that's why I say it's just for review and comment, and that's it. So. And that was all I had for you, John. That was the only question that I had.
Okay, I'm looking through my notes.
For that statute.
And, I'm not going to talk much about it. I know that Commissioner Candelaria brought it up at the very beginning. There was some discussion about some planning mixed with health issues and enforcement, and I'll follow up with those guys about that and get on it.
Okay. All right, Shaq.
All right, let me start with coming off of Mr. Dietrich's presentation. A public notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will attend a hybrid meeting with the town of Dolores to discuss the Salter Y environmental assessment. The meeting will be held Thursday, February 25th at 4:00 p.m. in this room. And it turns out we will also put it on YouTube for those who want to watch remotely. I believe the Dolores Town Board will be zooming in. So that's my understanding of that. The next thing I have, and I had emailed this to all of you for your reviews, is the expenditures for the month of January 2021. And of course, you approved the social services total this morning. I did want to point out, because you'll notice that it's larger than most months, the county is front-loaded with bills at the beginning of the year that include our insurance and stuff that's paid annually. So that's why January looks bigger than other months, because of some of those front-loaded bills.
It's big.
It's big.
So if you'll scroll down, so you want to go ahead and move it forward.
Oh, I have to print those years.
I move that we approve the payables for January 2021 for Montezuma County.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the payables for Montezuma County for the month January 31st, 2021, in the amount of $5,126,087.47. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the next thing I have for you, gentlemen, and I actually don't know whether it makes more sense for you to do this now or if you want to do it this afternoon after you have your water discussion, but the Colorado Water Congress has a State Affairs Committee, and it's been strongly suggested that we get representation on that committee. I went ahead and paid for our representation to have access to that committee, but the Board of Commissioners would have to designate a primary and an alternate. I don't know if that's something that you want to take action on now, or if you'd rather follow up this afternoon.
I would rather follow up this afternoon. I think we have an hour conversation this afternoon. That'll give us time to kind of put some thought together on our appointments.
Okay, and then I'll piggyback on what John just said with the nuisance conditions that John's looking into, Board of Health is looking into, and the Health Department is looking into taking actions on those things. Although it may be complicated, I think we all know it's the right thing to do. And I just want to throw a friendly reminder out here that none of you were elected to do what's easy. You were elected to do what's right. And that'll conclude my report.
Okay. Joe?
It's been a busy week after we finished here. Yeah. Last Tuesday, we met with the Cortez City Council that evening. I think we had a very productive meeting with them. Wednesday, we met with Social Services and went through all of their stuff. Another very productive meeting. Thursday, we started out with CCI public health training, went into P&Z interviews. Then we had a board-to-board with the town of Dolores that evening. And yesterday, we met as the Board of Health and went over some of the things that Shaq was referring to there. And I have lots more education and lots more reading all week. We get plenty of that. And if you'll look at your deal, we have Bell Beef Stork is coming to Montezuma County here pretty quick. It's going to be something that's going to be a great asset to our community, I believe. They're going to be able to sell individual cuts of meat and stuff, so we don't have to depend on our nation packers and stuff here in Montezuma County. We'll have a meat resource, a large meat resource right here in the community, along with some of our other smaller outfits that are going on. So think it's something that's going to really be an asset to our community.
Do you have a time frame?
I believe he said they was hoping to be up and going by August.
Okay.
Best of luck to Bell Beef Store.
Their website says coming soon.
All of their meat will be, they're raising all of their own meat on their own ranch, and it'll all be processed right here locally, so it'll help out the local packing plants and everything. It'll all be local.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Lindsay.
Yes, right there along with Joel at all those meetings, but seemed what to take up a lot of the time was constituent concern about the city's extended road use plan, and I hope we've answered a lot of those. I must have met with at least 10, 15 people. So basically, that's it in a nutshell. Joel covered it pretty well.
And I agree. I attended all of those meetings with these gentlemen also. On Thursday, or actually, I'm sorry, on Thursday. On Friday, I actually attended the CCI legislative update. And gosh, I tell you, there are a lot of bills that CCI will not take a stand on until this week. But we have House Bill 1011, which is a bilingual bill, which seems to be pretty much supported. But it's going to affect the counties that have an increase or more than 2.5% of the population. They have to send out ballots that will be bilingual within those counties. So not sure how this is going to go, because it is going to add a lot of money back onto the counties unless it is funded. Of course, everything is supposed to be funded if they put it out there. It seems like that's always their idea, but sometimes it doesn't happen. The House Bill 1047, the gerrymandering bill, Senate Bill 70, basically coming out of Adams County for registering businesses and licensing bill. House Bill 1084, foster care for driver's licenses. I'm not really, I didn't get a real good take on this bill one way or another. There's another one, House Bill 1107. This will probably get a lot of attention. It's a bill for protection of the public health workers and internet, putting those people on the internet with their names and numbers. COVID has a lot to do with this bill. Senate Bill, House Bill 1097, the Behavioral Task Force. And this is basically where us commissioners cannot serve as a Board of Health as it's defined for populations under 100,000.
Commissioner, does the language in there say that you can't serve as the Board of Health, or does it say there can't even be a commissioner on the Board of Health?
It would be, you could allow one commissioner to be on the Board of Health, but the others would have to be basically area experts of health. So it would restrict it for us to be functioning as the Board of Health right now.
You certainly wouldn't be controlling it.
We wouldn't be controlling it, correct.
Well,
but there again, this is...
you appoint.
Well, I don't think it has much, well, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
This Friday, we'll see a lot of them will actually be hitting the floor this week, so we'll see where we take a stand as far as CCIs of support or not support. This is a big one that we definitely will support, House Bill 1095, the 811 locate bill. I send that to all of you guys and to our road and bridge, which is basically the excavation of 6 inches over our roads and not having to call 811 as long as that's all we're doing is the surface of the roads. And then Senate Bill 60, and I didn't catch the last numbers, but that's basically due to the $130 million into the broadband that they're working to try and create better usage of being able to reach the population, kind of like what we were discussing this morning of people that don't have anything out into their communities. And that was kind of a quick synopsis of the legislative update. It was a quick hour-and-a-half meeting. And other than the other meetings that we all attended together, I think that's it. I think this coming Thursday with the town of Dolores again will be, maybe as James said, a robust meeting. But I think that we'll be prepared for that too. And that's all that I have.
Gentlemen, just to keep you updated on that bilingual where we're currently at, we are actually a bilingual county for voting because of the Mountain Ute tribe. At this point, it's not a written language, so I'm not required to do bilingual ballots, but that they are working on that, so that could change. Just wanted to let you know where we're at.
So do you guys feel any support for that through the clerk's office? Or I think there would be support if it's funded, but the big deal is the funding mechanism behind it. Do you have any idea?
We just got to make sure if they do pass something like that, that it is funded. And honestly, I don't know how many written language, Ute Mountain Ute language people there are. I don't know that if it's a significant concern to them or not. Maybe it is.
I know they've been having a push to revitalize their language, at least the oral language. I don't know. I mean,
I would think it should only be a concern though for people that have difficulty
that don't read and write English. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So what we do is we always have a interpreter available for every election. And the tribe helps us with that, make sure that we have an interpreter that can help the elderly or whoever. So,
it does right now at this point in time would affect 21 counties throughout the state of Colorado.
Yeah, we've been on that list for quite, probably maybe 5 years because of the tribe.
Okay. I guess with that, shall we go to lunch? Okay, we'll be back here at 1:30 for our water discussions.
Bring water, save water.
Yes.
Okay, it is 1:30, gentlemen, and we are back on. So, we have anybody on?
We have Don Schwent on Zoom.
Hey, Don.
Okay.
Hello.
Whoever wants to take off first. Ken?
Yeah. Sure. Chairman Candelaria, yeah, Ed asked me to just cover a little bit of historical water rights issues, and I think he'll tie him in to the NCA. So I just, as a rough background, just reminiscing about the spillway, got to remember this project was put in, filled up in '86, but was planned back in the '70s and early '80s. The reservoir levels really dictated by the town of Dolores. There was a lot of relocating going on, the cemetery, the waste treatment plant, and anybody who's been in Joe Rowell Park knows it backs up into there when it's full. So that was the main limitation on the elevation. Then there were other water rights changes throughout the project, aka parts of the Ute settlement came out of irrigated agriculture up towards Dolores County, and many things got reconfigured. The two I'll end up talking about are Plateau and Totten, so I'll circle back to those two in a minute. MBI had a long history of water right developments here back to the 1880s. Obviously, they culminated in their Gwinnett Groundhog and the direct flow right through the tunnel and Great Cut Divide. All that was subsumed by the project. Deals were made. One of the primary functions was kind of limiting where MBI was going in the future. And so DWCD ended up with the water rights to Beaver Creek and Bear Creek, and then ultimately developed additional water rights on Plateau Creek. And ultimately we ended up with Totten Reservoir also. So Plateau Creek, we actually have two different water rights. One is a pump back storage from the 80s. The other one is Plateau Creek, what we now call Upper Plateau Creek, because it is the highest. It's along the Forest Service Road, the bridge over Plateau Creek. The dam would be downstream of there, quarter mile at max. So, and it would actually go into the state park up there that's now on. It was developed in the 90s. Water rights filed on it, 21,000 acre feet. It has the purpose of holding water for both M&I and fish flows downriver. That's what was filed on. Should the pump back ever go, it might be utilized in conjunction with the pump back to mitigate some of those issues. Those are both smaller reservoirs. So we've kept this one alive, and we do think it has development potential, but any dam this size probably has a 30 million plus price tag. So we don't have a lot of payers at the moment, to say the least. The other water rights are being kept because there's always been potential for future development within this area and water that could be put to use. Regardless of the drought conditions, we're saying there were always other uses. There's also a Dawson one that was solely for fish and wildlife. I just mentioned that in passing. So then ultimately, as the project got developed, there was going to be a brand new canal down to the Ute Farm and Ranch. And once they started looking at it closer, they realized they should combine it with the High Line. And now we have the Toyac High Line Canal. MVI donated the old rights-of-ways, and Reclamation built the canal and delivers water to both the Ute tribe and MVI system that used to be served off the High Line in the lower valley. A lot of development on laterals and other stuff going on down there. So that bypassed Totten. Totten has sat idle effectively since the 1990s, mid-1990s when Toyac Highline passed it. MVI did receive some compensating storage inmix fee for Taunton. Ultimately, they sold it to DWCD, and we've kept it in reserve. We had plans to potentially put the water back into the Toyac Highline and through exchange add to the area supply. It retains its original water rights. It is filled off the Dolores River, think spill years. So as recently as 17 and 19, it would definitely have filled off the river. And then it does receive return flows when McKilmo's not on call. So there's other potential replenishment of the water. Other than that, it's just sitting as an idle salinity feature within the Bureau project and potentially may go back to MVIC for their purposes, primarily to support McKilmo flows for farmers in the McKilmo Creek area. Was there other specifics? Because both Plateau and now Ed talking about Taunton, but Plateau specifically was targeted in the NCA. And then I think Ed showed it. There was a lot of negotiation going on. I don't know where it ended up. At one point it talked about you can develop upstream, but they're going to reserve the right to potentially object should it impact the downstream uses. We've long known the only extra water available is in the spill. Every other drop that we can hold, it does have an allocation holder. So there's not quote unquote unallocated water. We do have future M&I that we still retain, but that's been kept for those future M&I uses. So they do have a future holder that the district still holds them with the thought they could go back out to Cortez, Dove Creek, Toyac, or other industrial needs should they ever come up. There was a time they almost went to the Energy Fuels Paradox Valley development that they looked at some years ago. That's what we're holding it for, future development. So future storage would be great. Taunton's been a bird in the hand. You can imagine what permitting's like on any kind of new reservoir. So we've never let that go and think it has value to the community. And Plateau's out there, and we'll hang on to that because there are future needs. Well, Taunton's always had some history of some shrinkage cracking just where it is with the amount of drying and sun and then materials that it's made of, relatively expansive clays or clays that will shrink. It appears that we've come to an accommodation with the state where we'll be able to refill it. There is other work required on it. That's under negotiation between DWCD and MVIC. They know what, we're being very open with what everything needs to be done on it. They're all from state inspection, so it's all on the record what needs to be done. And we had a productive meeting with the state engineer's office a little over a month, and we expect a written roadmap to getting rid of that restriction. It's not going to be a blanket removal, but with conditions that could be fully brought off online to about 3,000 acre foot of storage in Taunton. And then on Plateau, the configuration. Well, Taunton water's been leased to McKilmo users going back to about 2002-03, before my time, but we found some of the old leases. So we have routinely leased it to them since 2012, pretty consistently. The McKilmo users have recognized that flows on McKilmo are dropping. Some of it's probably the same reasons Dolores River flows are dropping, but a lot of it has to do with the salinity program run by the NRCS and irrigation improvements in the Montezuma Valley. They've been going on for 30 years. It's exactly what they were meant to do. So McElmo water is not what it was 30, 40 years ago. So having said that, Taunton is a logical place for them to seek some security, and we've long leased to them, like I say, almost 10 years. Now MVI, they have approached MVI, and our intent right now is to sell Taunton back to MVI, and MVI is in negotiations with McElmo users. Beyond that, that would be their business, and I wouldn't feel comfortable going too deep.
Does Doc got anything to comment on this, and then finish up Plateau, and then if you guys have any questions, comments,
John, did you hear all that? Can you hear me, Don?
Yeah, I could hear you. I didn't hear what was, if Ed was saying something to me, I could not hear all his words.
Don, or wait, Ed thought maybe you had some comments at this time that I've kind of highlighted in a high elevation view about Taunton or McElmo users. He thought it'd be a good time to comment before I finish up some comments about Plateau Creek.
Sure. I guess the things I'd add about Taunton that are maybe of interest in terms of potential concerns in the community and maybe out, but as Taunton salinity came on and the hydraulic high line was built where Taunton was no longer being needed by MBIC, when the Bureau allowed MBI to replace that storage vessel in McPhee, really their answer was it was so minimal as to be negligible to the supply as they were designing it to deliver out of. So that concept, I was kind of surprised that they took that path when they did, but was interesting that they did, and that's still a factor as we look to potential future uses to remember that. Even as we're trying to bring Taunton back in for McElmo users. Well, early on, literally at the time all of this was being negotiated with Reclamation, community leaders here on DWCD and elsewhere, MVI and McElmo itself were somewhat worried that McElmo might dry up, driven by the salinity features of the project and McPhee doing what it's doing. That didn't really happen very quickly. It happened kind of slowly, still not a huge amount of need. Everybody's expectations today are that it's going to continue to happen and maybe at an accelerated pace with more need. And the whole discussion that's unfolding has been based on this concept that it may be something as simple as when it continues to the demand continues to grow, the supply continues to diminish. That's based on the MVI outfit saving water that they weren't using before, but now have it saved, and so some simple exchange of the saved water to reallocate back to McElmo to fulfill whatever demand is lost is the concept where we would be able to do that without damaging any users and do it under the constraints of the project water supply and its contracts, which all makes good sense. And within this community, it's something that where there's a real, at today's world, there's a pretty solid support in theory of keeping those McElmo adjudicated rights down the main stem alive and well. They're only a year or two, the earliest of them, behind the rights of MBIC to divert out of the Doris River in terms of Colorado's priority system. That's a benefit to keep that tax base in use for the entire county and the community, and keep what's been there for as many years as MBI, well, from before MBI came on the scene. That's kind of the concept that this is all moving forward, and Taunton would basically be used as a retiming vessel, as the need is so far has been shown to be mostly in the month of April, early in the spring,
before then the flows get strong enough for McKellen to be fulfilled just with what's coming down there. So it's an interesting place we are. We're really, really lucky to have that reservoir that's maybe it's permitted, ready to go, got water rights that can be needed more than ever in this community's future. So maybe I'll stop there. If there's questions, I'll be glad to try and answer any.
Not specifically what you just said, Don. You represent the county on another board, and do you have anything to report from that other board?
Not today, I don't, and I'm just reading quickly on our agenda for tomorrow with the legislative report that is coming out. I'll have that in hand better tonight to study for tomorrow's meeting, but it looks like in spite of a lot of bills being introduced, there's nothing that's going to be of immediate interest. Well, that's not quite true, but there's a mutual ditch company bill that has been introduced that was introduced by folks from both the Front Range and over here, Sonnenberg on the Senate side and Catlin, as well as Arnett, Jenny Arndt from the House side, and somebody else from the Democratic side on the Senate side, I think, as well. But anything you do with mutual ditch company stuff is difficult and hard, and the devil's in the detail in the language. So, of course, MBI will be trying to stay on top of that to make sure things would work for them. But I assume the folks' hearts are in the right place as they introduce the bill. It'll be interesting to watch it unfold. Any water bit, we all have to watch. But nothing that I saw that needs immediate attention today. We'll just have to really stay on top of stuff, and I think we're positioned to do that as a community. But that's all I could really have to say on Southwest for tomorrow. I mean, for today, just given its next meeting is tomorrow.
Thanks, Don.
Don, is that Division 7 exemption on the agenda tomorrow?
No, there was, and the stuff that that Chris provided for that I could see to date, that I don't know whether that's going to change by what I get in hands tonight, but no, it didn't look like that was even mentioned. So, and I think the last word I heard from him informally was that he had not heard scuttlebutt of anybody that was ready to introduce that immediately in this session. Doesn't mean it may not be in the weeds somewhere up there, but that's his preliminary assessment, and he does have his radar out as strong as he can get it to let us know as soon as we know something.
The last agenda I looked at, it is listed under old business, but Don is correct. Chris Treese assured me that they were not going to proceed with it. So I don't know if we'll discuss it in detail. I do have it in my presentation today, so I'll tell you what it is, but I don't think it's going to move forward in this legislative sessions, which is a good thing.
And I'm guessing, Ed, that it's not strong on that Southwest agenda as I looked at it so far. Like I said, that they were going to ship me stuff this evening sometime late.
Well, it's in old business, so you may have missed it. I don't think they're going to do it, but we will have to be there to make sure that they don't move it forward. So.
No, what I'm really saying, I didn't really miss it, but I think it'll just, they're not good planning on spending time on it. Like, we had talked about at our last meeting, being prepared to. So I think that it sounded to me like that maybe moved it down the time frame as opposed to being scheduled for tomorrow.
So Donna, as far as that roundtable, if that's not coming up tomorrow, any other issues that are really of concern to us? Because it's other than now we're doing this weekly, it's hard to follow, what's been going on in the past and how we want you voting for us. What else? What other kind of information that are they talking about that is going to be of effect to us here at this county?
There were several bills that potentially might just be general in the water stuff that we've got to be concerned about. And the preliminary thing I saw was that we'd probably just monitor at this point until we know more and watch the debate unfold and see more specific language. But nothing that was targeted so much straight at us as some of the other concerns that we've talked about in the past, potential NCA, wilderness, some of those kinds of things. But, with all water stuff, you got to stay on top of that, and I will try and keep you guys abreast. That's our job.
Okay, Ed, go ahead.
These aren't bill related, but the two issues I know of at Southwest is one, MVI has a 87.3 conditional water right that they have in water court, and it's currently stopped at Southwest waiting for them to resolve concerns they have about whether it will, basically MVI is trying to convert a flow right, a very senior flow right, to storage in McPhee to cover some of our storage. And apparently there's a precedent in, I think, Pitkin County where you can keep the seniority on that water right when you convert it from flow to storage. And that may move MVI storage ahead of other reservoirs in the area. So they do have some concerns about it. They haven't had a general manager or an engineer to kind of resolve these issues. So that one is somewhere in the lawyers at this point. The second one is of some concern to you is they did announce that they're going to start working on a demand management policy, and that's going to be out in some draft form in April. So you do need to consult with Don on what you want to say about demand management when they do come out with a policy statement. And that's going to be happening over the next few months.
Just to follow up a little bit with what Ed told you, they have hired an engineer to look at some of that for them, and what I heard is that the background discussions are moving forward. We'll just see where they take us. Then back to the demand management, as you all know, I put my personal positions out on demand management for you to see, and both at Southwestern Board, Dolores Board, and I've shared it beyond that. Really worked from that piece to participate in a grassroots panel at Colorado Water Congress last week on those issues. So my personal thoughts are out there that I share with everybody, that I bring those personal thoughts to every board I'm on to appropriately try then and see where each board may choose to take a stance. So you have my comments, that is where I stand, and that was that September meeting that I shipped that to CWCB. That's still the concepts I put in writing there are still what I'm working on in terms of policy issues, which dovetail pretty closely with Ed's and others. And DWCD's come out with its written policy since then that doesn't track with mine completely, but it builds on it, I think. And there's value there. So we do have some good thoughts out there, and it's going to be really interesting to see where Southwestern finally lands as they begin policy discussions.
Do all the commissioners have those documents, or do we need to get them to you?
They were emailed to all commissioners, so the two new commissioners may not have them. I'm not sure. I've tried to put them in your hands yet, Joe or Keenan. So yeah, I probably need to email. I can email that to you today. I probably should be doing that. Do you want me to do that as a question to you then?
And I guess,
Yes.
I guess that's kind of where I'm headed to, Don, is please, obviously because we have two new guys here, just to kind of get them back up to speed, all of that stuff that's applicable to anything that we're going forward with, make sure that we get that documentation, because it seems like there's a lot to read. And
I think I did send an email offering to share any of that thinking, and I think I offered to send that, but I'll get that email to you today.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what more detail No. Oh, well, on the pump back, we have worked with several entities, and Kent knows I kind of try and keep up with tri-state and power issues these days. Yes, we did a somewhat extensive a review of Plateau about 8 years ago and tried to peddle the project out to Tri-State and WAPA and others. But the energy markets
I'm not sure where they're going, but they're changing.
I don't think anybody does.
Exactly. So we think there's still potential. I mean, a pump back is a battery. If you're going to do a lot of wind and solar, it kind of makes sense to have batteries. Common sense. But they're very expensive, and right now the backup power of choice is gas power. And until some reason that changes, pump back's probably not going to be competitive. Beyond that, you can imagine the environmental interests often just, not real kind to dams in general, even if they are kind of off stream or quote unquote not the massive dams of yesterday that are built. So they're relatively small in footprints, but anyway. So the bigger plateau pump back is not going forward. We actually have a small tank model that we worked on last year, and there's just not a way to price it into the system right now. You hear about Elon Musk and all his batteries. I have yet to hear anybody say those are cost economical on an industrial scale. So we'll see. It's an older water right. We can sit on it another decade. But if we continue with green power, somebody's going to have to come up with an affordable battery. I mean, that's just the basic physics, unless you want to give up your electricity, which I won't speculate on. I don't want to give up mine. So the pump back is lower down in the watershed. It's permitted on the Forest Service. We've done our probably just hit the mic off. The upper Plateau Creek is right there on the road, a little bit downstream for the actual dam. So we keep them alive. They could be an important future for us. The Dolores Canyon Solar Farm would be on one of the potential power lines for our smaller pump back. I mean, what they don't talk about is the lack of new transmission that's going to be needed. And they're rehabbing the one they just crossed the Dolores River with. Dying. So it is possible, but it's not imminent. So it is flashing. Maybe it is.
Let's try this one and I'll get some data.
Thanks. Any questions?
Nope.
No. I did raise the prospect of a pump back to Dwayne Hiley. He was doing a tri-state greening of tri-state presentation for Sierra Club. I just follow Sierra Club sometimes. And he said they love the idea of pump backs. There are not many sites, but I don't know if he loves it enough that he would actually try to fund it. But he said they have a very desperate need for like a 3-day battery to ride out like you've seen in Texas where there's snow and clouds and no wind for 3 days. So I think there's a place for it, but it's kind of a matter of putting all the pieces together. So again, if you're going to have an NCA or anything that says we can't have new development up here, then you got to decide whether you want to support keeping Plateau Creek alive or not. The one thing about Totten, I have a concern. We do have this 3,400 acre feet of Totten Exchange in McPhee. It's unspillable water. It's very important. And I don't know yet whether it's okay to keep that storage and also have MVI start running Totten again. So this is NCA wilderness related, but I think that's probably enough for now. I guess we'll move on to the rest of the presentation if you want.
Okay.
I was at IBCC this morning. Ken is an alternate at IBCC. It was quite a great meeting. I loved it. The River District had a ballot initiative, and Left Hand Ditch and Loveland also on the ballot last November, and they passed it. They basically added a mill levy to get more funding for water projects in the river district, which is all of the rivers north of Southwest, north of here. And they had it's a great program, and the reason it's great is right now a lot of our grant funding comes from severance taxes in your county. It goes up to Denver, then it comes back down here to Southwest, Round Table, and Water Conservation District with strings attached to it. And the money doesn't always come back to our county as much as we send out, because we develop a lot of oil and gas in our county.
So if they'd just leave us with our own money, we could fund our own projects.
That's exactly more or less what the River District did. They're doing it through property taxes. They increased the mill levy a little bit, but that money is under the control of the River District, or in our case, if we did it down here, it would be under the board that Don's on, Southwest Water Conservation District. And the key thing about it is the Conservation District decides to some extent where it goes, but they come to you for every project in your county. So you guys, the elected representatives of this area, get to decide instead of the round table, for example, and you could decide where it goes versus environmental and other interests in other counties, which is how the round table works right now. I think it's great, but it's going to be at least a few years before Southwest to be put back together enough to try to advance a ballot initiative like that, because you have to do a lot of outreach and education and campaigning for it to get somebody to increase their mill levy in this county. But I wanted to show briefly, they did a bunch of polling for that ballot initiative, and if Shaq could jump ahead, I just want to show one slide. They polled voters on the West Slope about how they felt about water issues. Keep going, I just want to show. This just came out today, and I'll probably bring it back next week and talk about it a little bit more depth. A little bit more. There. They polled West Slope voters about what they thought was very important or extremely important. Protecting drinking water was number one, 92%. Fighting to keep water on the West Slope is second, 89%. Protecting water supplies for West Slope farmers and ranchers in order to sustain local food production, number 3. This survey right here is something we can use from now on out to question whether CWCB should try to demand manage our water. Because this is saying these voters, West Slope voters that they polled, they don't want to send our water out of state to Lake Powell. They want to protect our farm and ranchers on the West Slope. So this is, I was just as pleased as could be when I saw this data, because somebody's gone out there and asked voters, and they're saying that CWCB trying to force demand management on it is probably not what the voters in this state want. And the voters and taxpayers are the ones that are going to have to pay for it probably. So I'm going to use this every opportunity I get in front of CWCB. The other great thing, if you don't know what the Interbasin Compact Committee is, we have roundtables in each basin. They elect 2 members of the roundtable to the Interbasin Compact Committee. It's a statewide committee. There's 9 basins in it. I'm from Southwest, Ken's alternate, and Al Pfister from Archuleta County's the other elected representative. And then they have 10 governors appointees. Melly Whiting from Trout Unlimited is the governor appointee here. We basically go there and discuss water issues, but we don't have a statutory charter or powers or authority except for one. And right now we're mostly being run by the CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Celine Hawkins is our director from this area. They don't really want us to be actively involved in a lot of the demand management issues. CWCB and their staff and the work groups are doing most of the heavy lifting. Andy Mueller, who is the general manager from the River District, all of the districts north of here today, he suggested that we could potentially invoke our statutory charter and start negotiating an interbasin compact in Colorado on apportioning water between the basins if we do demand management. This is kind of amazing because IBCC hasn't had a purpose for a long time. If we were to do that, we would have an actual statutory charter to negotiate a compact. It's the same way like the Colorado compact is on the 7 basin states, but it's between basins in Colorado. And if we were to negotiate such a compact, it would go to the state legislature and be ratified potentially, and it bypasses CWCB. So it would give us, for the first time, statutory authority to actually do something in this state. Andy Mueller, I was really pleased with him for announcing. I supported it. I don't actually want a compact, but I want to have the IBCC to have a statutory power and authority to be involved in the demand management discussions. And the thing that we need to discuss is if they do a demand management program, how do they divvy up the water that we have to put into the pool between the basins? They want it to be proportional by basins. They want the Front Range to put water in equal with the West Slope. And it's a really difficult problem to solve. For one, do you put it in based on post-compact depletions, which are junior water rights? Most of DWCDs are junior, MVIs are senior. Or do you do it on total depletion so that MVI would have an obligation? All of the water rights would. And you have to try to divvy up how much water would have to come out of each basin. Again, I don't want to do it. Have the IBCC to have statutory power to discuss it and weigh in on the subject, and right now we don't. So it was an amazing meeting. I was really pleased. Kind of complicated. You probably don't understand all the ins and outs of it, but it was an amazing thing for Andy to do. Okay, can you still hear me? Okay, can we go to the other presentation now? I'll come back to these slides after I reviewed them, and it's some great data on how West Slope water users feel about water issues and funding.
Give me a second to figure out how I'm going to do this in screen share.
This is a very busy week. Southwest meeting is tomorrow morning at 9. Like I said, the division some of exemptions on the agenda, but it won't come up. Thursday is the Southwest Roundtable, which is the one that I represent you on. It has stakeholders from all of the 9 counties in the basin. There's some controversy there. I'm not going to go into them today. Some of you are already aware of it. There's a bunch of things on here. We can go through the ones you're most interested in. We're kind of running out of time. We can go through the ones you're most interested in, maybe skip over some of them. Let's go ahead. First one is Water Equity Task Force. I have some videos, but they're not playing. I don't need them. At the CWCB meeting in January, DNR Director Dan Gibbs announced the formation by Governor Polis of a Water Equity Task Force. Any guesses what that might mean? Unfortunately, equity is a vague term. The IBCC is working on equity of demand management. Equity is a term that everybody has a different idea what it is. It's often used in a social justice context. It will probably cover diversity, inclusion, and equity. And we don't really know what the purpose is, other than it's going to be meeting for 2 years. They're going to be putting an equity chapter in the water plan. And Dan Gibbs is going to select all 20 members of this committee any day now. There's going to be 2 from our basin. 1 is going to be a member of the community. 1 is probably going to be from our roundtable. Dan Gibbs is going to pick them as opposed to our roundtable being able to pick them. And there's going to be 2 tribal representatives. I did today at the IBCC express concerns that we don't get to elect our roundtable representative. So it's going to be another case where the executive branch is going to do all the decisions for us when they pick people. And that's a very common and concerning trend now. All the demand management work groups were also picked at the CWCB executive branch level. The roundtable and IBCC are grassroots. They're your appointees, stakeholders at this level. They're from cities and counties and water entities. They're grassroots. They represent us. And then they go to IBCC. The rest of the water establishment in this state, CWCB, the state engineer, are generally appointed by the governor and the executive branch. So we don't have a lot of say other than we can nominate people, but we don't have a lot of say in who our representatives are. So the Water Equity Task Force, it is possible that equity might include discussions of the inequities of prior appropriation. Prior appropriation is ensconced in our Constitution. I don't think they could say it, but environmental organizations and others are not happy with the fact that prior appropriation gives most of the senior water rights to ag, farmers, ranchers, and to a lesser extent cities, and the environmentalists were late to the game, so they don't have many senior water rights. Again, I don't know what equity means. I couldn't get an answer today what it does mean, but it's concerning that there is a task force out there that's going to be trying to set water policy in this area. I do have some videos to show, but we're going to skip over them because they didn't work, so let's move on, unless you have questions about this. It's kind of early. They've got 2 years that they're going to be doing this, and it'll be in the water plan in 2 years. So skip over that one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. One more. I'll come back with this tomorrow. Okay, DeGette's wilderness bill. I guess you guys are all aware about how concerning this is. There was a Rules Committee hearing today, and I missed it. It was at 12 o'clock. I'm going to try to go back and look at it. I don't know where it goes from there, and I don't understand the Congress will to even know what the Rules Committee decides. The biggest concern is that this may well pass the House because the Democrats are in control. At some point, it's going to go to the Senate, and the question when it gets to the Senate is, will they let it go as a normal bill so that the Republicans can block it with a filibuster? Will they try to do it through reconciliation, or will they try to remove the filibuster so they can pass it? If the filibuster is in place, I assume the Republicans will block it and we won't have to worry about it. If they can do reconciliation or the filibuster is removed, then we're going to have a problem because they may well pass it. It's 2 million acres of wilderness. I don't have the maps in here, but you guys are already aware the Dolores River Canyon is in it, which is in Montrose, and the Ponderosa Gorge is in it, which is in Dove Creek. It's parts of the NCA that are going to go to full wilderness area. Let's go, I got to talk to you briefly about water rights. Let me see what's on the next slide. Bobart does have a bunch of amendments in, but I don't know that she's going to get any of them in without Democrat support, and I don't think there will be any. She wants to remove the wilderness area designation. She wants to remove all the wilderness from District 3, but I don't think any of those are going to pass through this committee. It's chaired by Nagoose from Boulder, so it's a Democrat-dominated committee. Nagoose, Crow, and DeGette are the three big sponsors of the bill. I think Pearl Mutual is in on it also. The NGOs are pushing this very hard in social and email campaigns. I'm following them online, so they're pushing very, very hard. I'll show you some of those in a minute. Okay, let's go ahead. This is section 4 on water rights in the text of the bill. It's kind of small print. This is all great. This section, it says we're not going to interfere with state water rights. We're not going to interfere with conditional water rights. And I read this and I said, well, this is fine. We don't really have anything to worry about. It's kind of what I briefed you on last week. Let's go down to the next one. Next one is still all good, although that's the kind of purpose for the purposes of the wilderness area. It's similar to the purpose for the NCA. Let's keep going. This is where they start getting bad. They have a bunch of language in here that says if they don't get the water that they need for the purposes of these wilderness areas through these normal processes, CWCB is listed in here, multiple areas, they're not going to honor state water law. They're going to turn to appropriation, possibly at a federal level, and Federal Reserve water rights. And as we discussed last week under McCarran, those Federal Reserve water rights won't get them any water. So we need to have, if this is going to be moving forward, we need to have DWCD and probably MVI's water lawyers start looking at this language because it's very concerning. I don't know that they can start asserting Federal Reserve water rights to actually take water out of McPhee, but the way this reads, there is certainly some risk of it. I'm not going to go through it all in detail. If you just read the yellow part, you'll start saying, whoa, what is that? And I think they put all that stuff in the front so that people wouldn't read down this far. But this language and the next, all the yellow areas are very concerning. The one thing that, again, more concerning language. One thing I did notice, it follows, it's not in here, the Dove Creek pumps, they are actually grandfathered in and access to them, so they can actually operate in the wilderness area, so that would be some comfort to Dolores. But if they're going to start grabbing more water to support fish or rafting or any of the other purposes of this wilderness area, that will be concerning. Let's go ahead and skip through this. Again, it's a little bit too much for what we have here. This is from Twitter. This is from Trout Unlimited. It says, protecting 30% of the planet may not be enough. They're talking about 30 by 30, which I briefed you on last week. Let's aim higher and shoot for 50%. They're talking about locking up 50% of the land on the planet and pushing everybody into cities. And 50% of the oceans. And if you get to Colorado, they're talking probably about 50% of the water in Colorado.
And how much of the ocean in Colorado?
Well, they're talking about rivers in Colorado. 30 by 30 talks about oceans, but the Colorado Sun article I sent you last week, it's talking about water in our rivers and lakes. So they're not the only one. American Rivers is just ecstatic that Deb Halland is going through a confirmation hearing today. She is one of the sponsors of 30 by 30 last year, so they will have a sympathetic ear in Interior if she does make it through confirmation. The Republicans are pushing back on it, but again, I don't know if they have the votes to stop it or not. Let's go to the next one. This is American Rivers. They have a 5-point campaign for our rivers. They're a big environmental organization. They're very interested in the lower Dolores. This one's probably fine. Invest in rivers and clean water to recover from COVID. This is good. Let's go to the next one. Reverse regulatory rollbacks and restore strong, effective federal protection for rivers and clean water. This is more concerning. Trump did roll back a bunch of the regulatory environment on waters of the U.S. and so forth. Those are all going to probably come back under another executive order. Next. Improve protection and management of the nation's floodplains. I don't know that there's anything concerned about this. Next. Launch a national initiative to prioritize and fund dam removals. Now this one's probably a little bit more concerned. I don't know that they would target our dams. They are targeting dams on the Snake River and the Klamath. I think they're taking 4 out on Klamath. When they're taking out hydroelectric projects, that's not exactly a great message when you're trying to produce clean energy with no carbon emissions, but they are taking out a bunch of dams on some big rivers.
Ed, I hate to stir the pot. I really don't. But
please, go ahead.
You said you don't know for sure that they would target our rivers. Would it also be fair to share that to say that you don't know for sure that they won't?
I don't know. Obviously, I have no. One thing in here at the bottom is a little concerning. McPhee doesn't produce a lot of hydropower. It does a little. And they are looking to facilitate dam removal and river restoration through the hydropower relicensing process. So as dams came up for this renewal, they would probably jump in and try to block the renewal of the hydro license. I don't know if this would matter to McPhee that much because, I mean, we're more an irrigation project, but we do produce a little bit of hydropower. Ken would have to comment on that one. No. And the 5th one. Increase protection of wild and scenic rivers. I mean, there are a bunch of pushes right now. I think they want 5,000 miles of new wild and scenic rivers. So that obviously dovetails into the Dolores. It is suitable for wild and scenic, and that's kind of why they're doing the NCA. I think James Dietrich kind of filled you on the NCA in his discussions with the Dolores this morning, and I don't know if I have much more to add on this unless you have questions. Are there any more slides, or we're on to the next one? Okay, yeah, we're on to the next one.
I don't have any other questions right now. I mean, I think we're still waiting for, well, what are we dealing with? You know, the draft or the actual proposal of what?
I mean, James brought up a good point in his presentation this morning. Bennett hasn't released his draft. We've still got the old one. We could clean it up and ask Lauren to submit it before Bennett gets his out.
What was in the old draft or the old proposal? What makes that good and what makes that bad? What do we need to throw out of that, or what do we need to add to it?
The water rights protection, I think we're maybe okay, but it's pretty complicated. I'd have to defer to Ken and MVI and their lawyers to comment on that.
Except for MVI is not going to comment.
Well,
right?
They can't participate in the negotiations. I would think they would be able to comment on their position as far as protecting their water rights, but DWCD could do it as well. So you need to have some pretty serious water lawyer to go through that language because it's fairly complex and it's pretty long. I assume it's okay. The second one is the paragraph on preventing future water development. That was controversial when they stopped, and I think the way it is now isn't probably acceptable to DWCD or MVI, because I think it would certainly impair some of these things that we just discussed. Totten is sort of new development and not, but Plateau Creek certainly would be new development. The enhanced part of the purpose where you're going to enhance the native fish and the rafting, that's a concern because that means you got to make it better, and they're going to probably want new water. There's not much or maybe any references to the invasive fish, smallmouth bass problem, and you would probably want to remedy that almost certainly. I guess I should comment, in the article, in the Cortez Journal, it says that they're probably a month or 2 months out before Bennett's going to have a draft that's ready. And I don't know if you can get involved in that process before it comes out. It didn't sound like you could. You'd have to wait until it was released to the public, and then maybe you could get involved, but that's going to be kind of late. With this DeGette bill going through, it is possible that they could put 2 wilderness areas in there, both in Montrose and Dove Creek on Ponderosa Gorge, and then the NCA would only be that bit in the middle. And then you got potential risk from the wilderness area, and you got to deal with the NCA area, and that's kind of getting the worst of all cases is you have this patchwork. And then the part that's in Montezuma County, there's another patch that could be under a different, it could get wild and scenic designation, for example, maybe. So it's pretty complicated.
What did you say that was, Ponderosa Gorge? I just pulled up her bill here.
There's a north and a south Ponderosa Gorge. It's more or less east of Dove Creek. It's a beautiful scenic gorge. It's got some Ponderosa. There's a high place in the canyon rim up there, and it catches more water than most places, so it's got enough water for some Ponderosa pine to grow in it, so it's different. It's very, there's a scenic outlook up by Dolores. If you've never been up there, you should probably drive up. It's kind of off out in the ag lands, but there's a picnic area, and you can look down into the canyon from there. But it is pretty much all of the part of the river canyon. I think it's probably from Dove Creek south. It's the north edge is right where the Dove Creek pumps are, and then it would go probably the rest of the way down to the county line, or maybe close to the county line. It is a very much cherished rafting destination. It is quite beautiful, so they do want to protect it. It's kind of a pseudo wilderness in the NCA. It's going to be a roadless area, but it wasn't a full wild and scenic in the NCA. But under the DeGette bill, it would be a full wilderness area.
I'm not finding it.
I did send the maps to you. I can send you all the maps to all of these. It's more or less the same area that's in red on the old NCA map that I sent you last week.
Okay.
But I do, all of these wilderness areas, Dietrich flagged some other areas that I'm not familiar with. They're probably dryland desert areas, but I can send you any of there's Lizard Head extensions, and there's Sheep Mountain also in there.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on quickly. I know you guys are probably getting tired. One of the things I'm going to be talking about on the roundtable on Thursday is I'm trying to get a goal in on anti-speculation measures. I want to briefly walk you through some of these. And again, water asset management is the big one that is targeting Grand Valley up north of here. Bill Gates is rumored to have bought 3,000 acres of Colorado River farms. Greenstone Capital is Mass Mutual. They're only in Arizona at this point. As far as we know, we don't have any speculators buying land in our county, but the potential exists that they could. They could buy MVI shares fairly easily. Full service is a little tougher. We want to put up the best defenses we can to discourage these people from coming here. So I am going to be doing a presentation to the round table to try to get this goal in. I have emphasized this to CWCB multiple times now. This is Article 3A from the Colorado Compact from 1922. It says, there is hereby a portion from the Colorado River system in perpetuity to the upper basin, which is us, the exclusive beneficial consumptive use of 7.5 million acre feet of water per annum. This is the bulwark which has for 100 years prevented the lower basin from buying water from us and sending it to the lower basin. San Diego's attempted it. Southern Nevada's rumored to have attempted it. There are periodic attempts by the lower basin to buy our water rights and send them to the lower basin. This is the bulwark that stops that. The way I read it, also, I'm not a lawyer, and I've asked the AG multiple times and CWCB to weigh in, as I don't think you can buy water from our water rights under demand management or a speculator like water asset management, dry up the water and send it to Lake Powell. Because when you do that, there's only 2 places that water can go. It's going to either evaporate or gravity works and it's going to go to the lower basin. Neither of which qualify as beneficial consumptive use in the upper basin. So I brought it up again today at our IBCC meeting. I think this says that water asset management can't send our water to Lake Powell, and I don't think CWCB and the state can send our water, but we have to wait for some real lawyers to weigh in on it. But this is an anti-speculative defense, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Second one. Okay, this is the famous Division 7 exemption that we just discussed. It's Colorado Statute 3792-305. and its standards with respect to rulings of referee and decisions of the water judge definitions, which is a mouthful. This is basically where use it or lose it comes from in Colorado water law. If you don't use your water right, your consumptive use history shows that fact. So if you fallowed your field and didn't use your water at all and sent it downriver to demand management, you would have a 0 for that year. I think they go back 10 years if you go to water court. This is not a problem as long as you don't go to water court. But if you do, the water court can look at your consumptive use history and say you're not using all of your water, so we're going to take some of it away from you. This statute was amended by the River District in 2012 or 13. It just had divisions 4, 5, and 6, which are Colorado River District, all of the west slope north of us. They put in measures that will allow you to do conservation programs, and it won't count against your consumptive use history. So that means that you can fallow all your fields for a year, and you won't get a 0 in your column. They'll give you whatever you sent down to demand management. You'll notice in this right now, it says divisions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That is every division in Colorado except division 7, which is southwest. We are the only ones to which this statute does not apply. On one hand, this is bad because if we do have water rights users that participate in them, they're going to damage our water rights. On the other hand, it's good because it discourages entities like Water Asset Management coming in here, fallowing farms, and sell the water out because they're going to damage their water right. And if you're water asset management, the asset that you're managing is the water right. And if you're going to want to sell it at some point, you don't want it damaged. So it's not a full stop against speculation, but it is a speed bump. Because if they come here and start selling the water like they want to do in Grand Valley, or to demand management until they can sell this water for speculative purposes, it will slow them down. This is the thing that Trout Unlimited, Nature Conservancy, Gretchen Rank from Mancus tried to amend last February. They want to take out that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and apply it to Division 7. I sat in the meeting and said, this is probably going to enable demand management pilots in Southwest, and TU and TNC probably do want to start doing those at some point, may want to start doing them at some point. So I started to try to say, we're concerned about this. We want to keep this exemption in place to discourage demand management, but it was also at the time to discourage water asset management. The Southwest director at the time said that that was not the case, that I was lying and it was a conspiracy theory, so I wasn't able to finish my comments. And they went ahead and voted to remove this exemption. But the following days I got them to back it off, so it has not been removed. We have to get it through state legislator to remove it. And the last one, I know this is very complicated. It's water law, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just...
Let's look at the next one. These are the kind of programs that it's authorizing. It's water conservation programs, pilot program. The system conservation pilot program from 2015 to 2018 was the big demand management pilot program. I don't think Division 7 participated in, but a bunch of farms and ranches on the Colorado River did. The second one's also a water conservation program. One of them has state, one of them has municipal. And if you get down to C, it says, an approved land fallowing program as provided by law in order to conserve water or to provide water for compact compliance. Jenny Russell said this was not a demand management statute, that I was lying. That is exactly the definition of a demand management. So this is in part a demand management enabling statute. So once that Division 7 exemption is removed, it will somewhat more fully enable demand management in Southwest. The bottom one is water banking. That's also sort of a demand management if you bank water in Powell for other parties. So I was right. I've been confident in my rightness for a year, and I don't think they're going to bring it up again tomorrow, so I guess we'll let it go for a while until it comes back. I do think that they're going to have to remove that Division 7 exemption if they're going to start doing demand management in our area, or if water asset management is going to start fouling farms and try to sell the water to some other place. So I value it. Other people aren't quite so convinced. Ken's a little bit skeptical if it's as much of a value as I think it is. Last one. There is under the state legislature last year passed a bill. They created a committee on studying strengthening water anti-speculation law. DWC's lawyer, Adam Reeves, is your representative on it. They've met 3 times. They are trying to figure out a way to prevent water asset management from doing what they're doing in the entire state, but it's very difficult to do that without interfering with the property rights of water owners in the state. So that's what they're grappling with. The last time I saw, they're talking about imposing hefty taxes on speculative water sales, requiring the water rights purchased by investors be held for several years before they can be resold, or requiring special state approval of such sales are three ideas of such sales, and I think that would be done through water court. And we don't really probably want to have every MVI share sale have to go through water court. It would be prohibitive, so I don't know if they've thought about the implications of this for a mutual ditch company. At this point, I think that probably wraps it up, and we're at 2:30, so if you have questions or if you want to talk about other stuff, I'm open to that. If Don has any comments, he certainly should chime in.
I don't think he's there. Is he Shaq?
He got off.
These are the basic implementation plan goals for the Colorado Water Plan. We are going to be discussing it at the meeting on Thursday. I'm worn out. Maybe Ken should talk about them briefly. There's two schools of thought on the water plan. One of it is it's a gigantic and enormous waste of time and resources. The other one is it's vital to how water issues are handled in our state, because NGOs in particular and CWCB will come back and quote the water plan. This is our basin, the 9 counties in Southwest. These are our goals that we will be discussing tomorrow. I guess we can page through them real quick. If you have comments, questions on them, we can, just so you can see what the big topic areas are.
Oops.
A is balance all needs and conflict. That's what the roundtable is supposed to do, is get everybody together and talk. We are not having great success with that lately, but I certainly hope it will get better. Education and outreach, etc. Next. You probably care a little bit more about this. Maintain agricultural water needs. So this is defending our farms and ranches. One I got in there that I'm very proud of is B4, support appropriate measures and efforts to increase carryover storage in Southwest Colorado reservoirs. I'm basically saying we want to keep any of our water that we save in McPhee in our reservoirs or Lemon or Viacito so that we can use it here instead of sending it to Lake Powell where only the lower basin can use it. The other one I'm proud of is recognize and support the benefits of agriculture to the environment and recreational activities. Our reservoirs are vital to people that want to fish or water ski, and they're great recreational resources. Our farms create wildlife habitat and wetlands, and Don has also talked about this a lot. We need to recognize that ag has benefits to environment and recreation, so I did get that in there. Other basins are putting it in there as well. I saw Arkansas and Metro were doing it as well, and that's where I got the idea. So this is a great thing, and we can use that in the future to say, hey, you got to respect the fact that groundhog and Eric Wintup and McPhee are great resources for recreation and the environment. And I got a couple IPPs for, don't worry about the rest of that. This is, C is municipal, so it'd be more for Cortez and Durango. Skip over that one. D is recreational water needs, so that would be the rafters, boaters, et cetera, would probably be covered under this one. Again, I'm trying to emphasize ag provides some resources there. E is the environmental one, and you do have some concerns here. Protect, maintain, monitor, and improve the condition and natural function of streams, lakes, wetlands, and riparian areas to promote self-sustaining fisheries and to support native species and functional habitat, aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems in the long term. So this is protecting the native fish in the lower Dolores, for example. So this is Nature Conservancy and others are pushing this, and this is the basis upon which they say you got to protect the round-tailed chub and the suckers. Next, I think the F is kind of new. This used to be water quality, I think, but now it's promote healthy watersheds to support water values, and this is kind of where all of the forest health stuff is going to be held. This is new. There is going to be a forest health chapter in the water plan that they're working on. And the other one is encourage and support preventative control or eradication efforts focused on invasive species, both terrestrial and aquatic. So this would cover the county's phreatophyte removal, and it would cover the smallmouth bass and the invasive fish. I kind of pushed part of this, and it's another good thing to have in here. Next is the last one, and these are complicated. These are all the compact defenses and demand management to extent, compact curtailment. Plan to preserve water supply options for all existing and new uses. This is kind of protecting our compact entitlement like I discussed last week. Support viable strategies to build resiliency and manage compact risk. It's a little vague. They deleted support strategies to mitigate the impact of Colorado River compact curtailment should it occur. I would sort of like to have this one back because we need to work on like water rights for McPhee, which I talked about with that conditional water right. And ensure Southwest, I'm not even going to go into that one because that wording needs to be worked on. Anyway, that's it for me, unless you have questions.
I don't.
So I'm assuming everybody's so enlightened that they don't need to ask, or they're so confused they don't know what to ask. If you guys want to comment, I'll.
I think it's the latter of the two.
This is what we water nerds do at the round table, the Southwest Water Conservation District, the CWCB. Nobody outside of those water bureaucracies understands what we're talking about most of the time. So don't feel like you're alone and not. I just want you to know what we actually are doing for you day in and day out, and this is it, whether you like it or understand it or not. But
And Ed, we really appreciate that. Do you think the representatives who will have to vote on these issues in the House read these bills before they pass them? Just wondering.
I think the better question is, I think they can read them, but reading it and understanding it, I think are two totally different concepts. I mean,
yeah.
talking about the Getz bill, or the NCA,
All
or,
of them.
or the BIP stuff. The BIP stuff's obviously not legislation. It's just it's in the water plan, so it's a CWCB construct. They built the first one is 2015, and they're doing an update that's going to come out in 2022. If you want me to send you a pointer, I will. It's about 1,000 pages, but they do have executive summaries, and you might want to at least sort of know where it is.
Send that one to Joel.
I'm only a few thousand pages behind on my reading right now, so go ahead.
Make sure I'm copied on it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Ken and I spend a great deal of our time reading this stuff and going to all of the Zoom meetings where this is all discussed. It's very painful work, I assure you.
And just like Shaq, I mean, I do definitely appreciate
Yeah.
your knowledge and your expertise and your pleasurable reading that you guys choose. But I don't have anything else. Ken, what else? Anything else?
Well, I appreciate all the work Ed does because I couldn't do it on my own. So I'm glad he gave a broad background. I wouldn't say there's a lot for you guys today. I think Division 7 exemption, you need to keep your eye on the ball. In other words, that would be directly through Southwest as a Water Conservation District, as the local water policy board. They would have a lot to do with pushing or fighting that at the state legislature. So that's something, when the time's right, your rep, Don, needs to know your opinion. As Ed stated, DWCD is somewhat on the fence on that one, as we don't see it impacting us directly, but I wouldn't argue Ed's analogy of a speed bump on some of these compact issues. We can go take a deep dive into water law, why it may or may not hinder. There's a constant tug of war between the environmental and more historical uses of water. That's not going to change. I mean, the Get's been throwing this bill up for 30 years. First time I'm a little bit more concerned than the last 29 years, you know. So, yeah, some
It's been a long
amount
time.
of decades.
It's
So,
been a long time.
And Jim, you were here obviously to get came down, and so 30 by 30 is a new issue. On the positive note, Bennett actually has another bill that I'm not even going to push, but he kind of bypassed. He did it on a voluntary basis, and I believe former commissioners were asked if they wanted to participate in one of his initiatives, and God, I'm going to go dig it up. He has not introduced it. It's along the lines of 30 by 30, but more on a voluntary basis. And therefore, he may not be supportive of the DeGette bill because he has his own issues that are more on a voluntary basis working with groups. Then, of course, he has forest health bill that actually looks like it's pretty positive. We are working in collaboratives. They're a tough place to work, but they have mandated makeup of groups. You get to appoint your member. DWCD has one. I'm a walk-on actually on the round table, but there are environmental seats, ag seats, municipal seats. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Other than Division 7, I think is an imminent one. The Getz bill, I think, is important to keep your eye on. But you've already informed our representative. I think she's well grounded in what the concerns are here locally. Engaging Senator Bennett when the time's right will be important. That'll be the next big step. And other than that, we'll keep bringing these up and talking about the specifics when they look actionable. So many of these take a long time, and no need to beat the drum until you really know where you're targeting. I appreciate Shaq trying to focus us on what can we fix in the NCA. I think Ed hit it pretty much. The future development upstream, the enhanced provision, and a hard review on the water protection language. And potentially adding invasive species. I wouldn't disagree with those. When you talk about enhance, but you say protect the water over here, how do you balance two sections of an NCA? That's one of the problems. Maybe it's enhance and without impacting water right there in the front. I don't know. So there's a negotiation to be had. Appreciate the talk today. Action will come at its own pace.
Familiar with the term, but the world we live in, they have water time. It's extremely slow, but in the new environment, it could be very fast, but it takes decades sometimes for all this to happen. Two things I wanted to add. Between the wilderness area and Bennett's forest bill, and all of the work that collaboratives and the Forest Service and Rocky Mountain Restoration, there's a case that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. The right hand wants to manage our forests better and thin them and do controlled burns and deal with the WUI issues around cities. The left hand over here is 30 by 30 or 50 by 50. They want to lock up every forest in the state or probably the entire Rocky Mountain West so that you can't do anything in there, because that's what a wilderness area is. You can't do controlled burns. You're limited on firefighting. You obviously can't do mechanical treatments. So we got this, okay, which do you want to do? Do you want to start managing your forests and fix 100 years of mismanagement and try to control the wildfires? Or do you want to let nature run its course and have beetle kill and crown fires and like each troublesome run for like 100,000 acres in a day? Or do you want to lock everything up and not be able to do anything, because that's what a wilderness area is? The second one is, I do want to add that I am officially representing you on the Colorado Water Congress State Affairs. Southwest is also on there, Chris Treese. That is where water legislation is really discussed and so forth. So we decided we need to get on there and not work through Southwest anymore. Obviously, Don is working through Southwest, but we do have our own voice there. Ken is also on there. I did go to one meeting last week, and I am on their email list. So we will be sitting there watching the bill ourselves. And if we get Division 7 exemption or something else that we care about and Southwest isn't representing us, we probably can't stop it because there's 100 people in there, but we certainly can at least make our views known. And DWCD and Montezuma County will probably be aligned on many of these issues. So.
And what did you call it? Colorado Water Congress Affairs?
State Affairs Committee.
State Affairs Committee. It's
basically all of the water wonks in the state get together every Tuesday morning and discuss all of the bills that are coming through, and they vote and decide whether they're going to support, oppose, or whatever. So. Southwest is your primary designation. They have a lot more clout than we do because they do represent all 9 counties in the state, so it would be better to work through them than individually, but we can at least get our views known if we diverge from Southwest. And we probably should let Don have a say, or if you have more questions.
I think Don logged off.
Here. He dropped off about
he
10 minutes
dropped
ago.
off the call, and I haven't seen him try to get back on.
Back on.
So. I'll talk about water all day long if you guys want to.
Yeah, I'm not very protective of their schedule, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we're going to have a break or two thrown in.
I do have about 3 things I may need to do next Tuesday, so did you want to do it again next week? Because I need to decide, there's a forest studies and there's something else that's at 1
I think at this point in time, we could actually take a week off.
Oh, yeah, the CWCB is having a workshop in demand management. I'm not sure I actually want to sit through it because I've seen that presentation 3 times now and I don't want to see it a 4th, but you kind of have to sit through it and see what the CWCB directors are going to say. I think I can see it on video, so I can probably skip it. So all of these CWCB on IBCC meetings are on YouTube now. I will try to periodically give you highlights so that you can see what Director Hawkins and Director Gibbs and Director Mitchell are saying.
I watched the last one.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a firebrand. I'm embarrassing.
So,
I'm sorry. But I am representing
I've already got some people who are requesting to be on 1:30 next week, and they specifically, it's Duncan Rose wants to be on at 1:30, and I think he represents
Trout Unlimited.
Trout Unlimited.
I've sent you his presentation. It's a great presentation. He's going to talk to you about dewatering of streams on the upper Dolores. In 2018 and 2020, the droughts completely dewatered some of the mid-elevation watersheds and totally wiped out endangered green lineage cutthroat trout. He's trying to make a stand on Stoner Creek and some of the higher watersheds to try to prevent them from being dewatered. This is one of the rare places where I am 100% supportive of the work he's doing with Trout Unlimited, because him trying to mitigate declining stream flows is in the best interest of McPhee and Colorado compacts in general. One of them is maybe better forest management. One that's maybe a bit of a concern is he's talking about doing beaver ponds or artificial beaver ponds to slow water. And in some respects, that's great. It's kind of going back to an old regime of slowing water down so that you have more water later in the summer. But on the other hand, it might also hold back water from McPhee. So we have to there's also a conflict between the forest and their resource management plans and what Duncan's doing. They're not entirely on the same page, and maybe I should pass it to Ken.
So let me finish what I was saying. If you're going to be tied up, obviously I understand that, but who else did you say we had, Shaq?
Trout Unlimited, Duncan Rose is on at 1:30 next week.
I'd actually sort of like to be there. I'm very supportive of him. I like him, but we do have to be a bit careful. So.
I mean, we can always zoom you in, and we can always send you the YouTube or however you want to do it.
I've done 2 and 3 Zooms at one time. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to try to postpone it? Or
Yeah, I was going to say, would it be better to postpone it? Because
I've seen it twice. I don't know if I have to be there for Q&A.
Ken, will you be available, or you tied up on the same?
Probably be tied up. I would suggest you just listen to Duncan. As Ed said, we've heard it. What may be more important is they're considering an outstanding waters designation on these. That is a Clean Water Act, state CDPHE, monitored and potentially enforced action on these streams. So you need to be aware of it. A lot of it's in Dolores County, but would come impact down
And that's exactly what they're seeking, is an outstanding waters
Right.
designation.
So I think you need to hear him. You don't need Ed and I. We can talk about it at a later date.
Okay.
We were working with them. We are not an applicant on the outstanding waters, but there's a backstory. We were fighting in-stream flows in the past up there. They weren't doing any good and just creating havoc. So anyway, that's why he's off doing this. You need to hear it for your own, to decide where you might go, and we'll follow up with you.
Well, then we can just keep that slated for 1:30 for next week. So TU can go at 1:30. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Shaq obviously brought this up earlier this morning, that we paid our fee. And this is what you were just talking about, right, Ed? The Colorado Water Congress Affairs Committee?
I think there's an extra $200 or $300 to get into the State Affairs Committee.
I've paid the fee.
I think that's what we've paid, right?
Yes, we paid for the primary and for the alternate.
We're going to use it a lot, but there's going to be those times when there's a bill where you really want to weigh in, and you're kind of investing that you can weigh in when the time comes. Most of it, it's pretty dry work, but.
And both of you are already there right now?
This didn't used to be possible because these meetings were in person in Denver, so you had to work through Beth Van Verst, who's Southwest water lawyer, because she is in Denver, but now they're on Zoom, so we can participate. So it's only in the last year that it became possible for us to represent ourselves there. So it's one of the few silver linings of COVID is we can actually go and represent ourselves on the state legislative committees.
And is Don on this through the Southwest?
Chris Treese, Beth Van Verst would be the Southwest representative, so he works through them generally. Don is he's a board member of the Colorado Water Congress as well, so, and he did speak at Water Congress last week, I think, on demand management.
Isn't he vice chairman now?
He's up there.
Yeah. Southwest.
So, yeah,
Okay.
he's vice chair at Southwest. He's on the board at Colorado Water Congress.
So I'm going to ask you guys any recommendations as far as our filling in the blanks here as far as names?
I think they're sitting in front of us.
So is that, well,
He already has his own. Is this state affairs? It's me, and then I think James Dietrich as the alternate is
Okay.
what you wanted to do.
So
I'm
that-
primary.
Well, I don't know that James has the time to be
He's
the
an
alternate.
alternate. I'm going to be doing. You don't have to go to the meetings. You're just going to be there when you see a bill that we really need to weigh in on. It's like once
Are
a
you-
week. It's your call who you put on there, but right now I'm the primary, and I said James maybe was going to be the alternate, but she was Ann or whatever his name is.
Until we turn it in, it's,
Yeah.
and I had spoken to James, and he had some concerns about the time to keep up with this, so.
You will get emails every week on what the bills are. If you want, John might be another choice if he wants to see the water bills and legislation coming in.
and I think you said Ian, right, John? Was somewhat.
about it, and Ian is interested, so yeah.
So
Definitely an option.
maybe to help you out with that, would it be better to actually put an attorney with you?
That would be great. I
mean-
mean, you're looking at legislation. Southwest puts out a briefer. They put it out today, and you can get on that list. And Chris Treese is a great lobbyist, and he is putting back to a good brief. So you can get it either from Southwest or directly at the Legislative Affairs. The advantage of being on there is you can actually weigh in if you want to speak for or against a bill. So we won't do it often, but we will need to do it occasionally.
I think it would be helpful. I mean, honestly.
I mean, it does allow us 2 alternates. We could say Ian alternate 1 and James alternate 2 if that, but I want James's input before I just throw him under the bus.
Would that be okay, James, as like alternate number 2? And then have Ian as a attorney representative also?
You know, our full disclaimer, we shouldn't say this in public, but Ed and Kent probably know more about water law than Ian and I, but as far as interpretation of legislation,
I didn't hear that.
we're good at that.
So,
One of the bills that's up right now has something to do with liability from shooters coming into abortion clinics. It has nothing to do with water, but they're worried about all the water agencies, et cetera, having this liability from the abortion clinic shooting in Colorado Springs. So it's one of the bills being tracked.
Wait, how are they tying those together?
I mean, John could probably explain it better. All public agencies or anybody who owns property has certain responsibilities on that problem. Think about it, shoveling your sidewalk potentially. And anyway, the Supreme Court finally got the case of shooters down at the abortion clinic in Colorado Springs from a few years back. And their ruling may have implications on the state's liability laws as it pertains to property owners and government entities. Therefore, they may do something in the legislature that impacts counties, cities, private property owners. And because the water agencies, so many are local governments, they may weigh in on it. But you can imagine this will get CCI's attention and everybody else's. So you may see bills from multiple ways. Generally, we stick to pure water issues, but because it's got public property liability potential, you may see it from several avenues. Yes, it was a stretch, but once you heard why it was explained, you can see why it got connected.
Okay. Well, then that's, that's how we'll fill this out and send it in.
I'll fill it
as
out and send it in.
Alternate 1, alternate 2, and
Yeah.
we'll go from there.
Those are one-year appointments because we have to pay it every year.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the day. Or have a good next meeting. I'm sure we're all going to
Yeah.
the next one.
And those 1,000 pages you're gonna email you, could you do that like 20 at a time?
It's about 5 megabytes, no, 10 meg, no, 20 megabytes of PDF, I think, not actual pages.
Send a link.
You're gonna send in the EWCD policy or? I will.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. That's it.
That's it.
We have nothing else, gentlemen, so, anything for the good of the county, or do you?
I
or
move
would
we
you like to
adjourn.
move we adjourn or
That's
something?
better for the county if we're
I'll
not here.
second it.
Okay, it's been moved